Chair Ronna McDaniel and members of Trump's own team to complicate matters. Prosecutors have named 84 witnesses in the classified documents case alone, and we're still waiting for another possible indictment out of Georgia, which could come as soon as next week. In other politics news, President Biden's campaign and Republicans are in a race to identify the most receptive swing voters come 2024. Axios' Sophia Kai has been reporting out if this will give Democrats a leg up over the GOP, which saw significant gains among women and Hispanic voters in the midterms. Hi, Sophia.
Hey, Nyla.
Sophia, what is this new database that the Biden campaign's rolling out?
So the database includes voter outreach information for 90% of all U.S. voters. That's coming from 500 organizations during the past decade. And that's a huge kind of treasure trove of data that the Biden campaign will really be leaning on as they move into the 2024 election.
And how long have Republicans been using databases like this to reach out to voters?
So the Republicans created their data trust in 2012, and that was in response to sweeping Democratic wins in '08 after really having a very high profile and high-tech data operation. And they've continued to buy more phone numbers and upload and update the information that they have on some 200 million voters.
And you mentioned that the database has information on whether they're Spanish speaking or whether people have been hostile to Democrats or Republicans. How important is this data to getting people to vote?
This is core to the ground game. I mean, every presidential campaign is extremely focused on what some campaigns will call moving mud in the early states, in the battleground states, and it's not always flashy. Outreach, whether that is through Facebook or through door knocking or through phone calls, I mean, that's how you reach voters where they're at, and that's how you earn the votes.
Sophia Kai is part of Axios' politics team. Thanks, Sophia.
Thanks, Nyla.
Turn left onto Gordon Avenue.
As we head into the weekend, with many of you attempting one last summer vacation, maybe,
in a quarter mile, turn right onto North B Street. This route avoids a road closure in 237 miles. You are on the fastest route. You should reach your destination by 1:34 p.m. Take the next left onto Rhea Avenue.
Be happy to hear that gas prices are down right now.
In 1,000 feet, turn right onto North B Street.
Compared to last year's high of nearly $5. The average price for a gallon of gas in the U.S. yesterday was $3.81. That's according to Gas Buddy. Axios says
take the next right onto North B Street, then turn left onto Black Street.
Alex Fitzpatrick has been following the trends. So, Alex, I'm sure there are people listening thinking $3.81 is still a little more than I was paying in the past couple of months. How much of that is just because of seasonal demand for summer travel and gas prices?
I would say most of that is the seasonal stuff you'd expect in the summertime because there's more demand for travel and all that kind of stuff. Prices do tend to go up. There are a couple of complexifying factors there. Number one is these heat waves going on in the south in places like Texas and Louisiana. Heat waves slow down oil refining, so that's going to decrease supply and increase price. And then also NOAA is predicting a few more major hurricanes this hurricane season, and obviously hurricanes can disrupt oil refineries just the same way that heat can. And then also in Saudi Arabia, they've decided to extend production.
Take the next left onto Black Street.
Cuts there, which takes a toll and increases global energy costs.
When we think about states across the country, are there specific areas that are seeing the biggest fluctuations in gas prices?
Yeah, absolutely. So prices have gone up most significantly in Iowa, Florida, and Georgia, all between like 5 and 6% year over year between now and August 2022. And then they've gotten cheapest. They've come down the most in Idaho, Nevada, and Massachusetts, about 14% to 11%.
And is that
in a quarter mile, turn right onto North 3rd Street.
Because of taxes? Why are we seeing such a big variation state to state?
Yeah, mostly that's taxes. It also depends on how close states are to refineries or how many they have inside their borders. And there's other factors too. Florida, for instance, and you're getting most of your gas through a port. Situations at a port can change that as well.
Alex, do you have any road trips ahead of you for the rest of the summer?
Fun fact, the average American drives almost 13,500 miles a year. I'd say I'd do
Turn right onto North 3rd Street.
probably about half of that, including I'm taking a family road trip over to Eastern Mass next weekend for a wedding that I'm pretty excited about. Thankfully, though, I recently switched to a plug-in hybrid, so I'll probably get at least a little better mileage than I would have in my old car.
Very appropriate for our What's Next editor, Alex Fitzpatrick. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks for having me.
That's it for us this week. Axios Today is produced by Fonda Mwangi, Lydia McMullen-Laird, and Robin Lynn. Our sound engineer and producer is Alex Sugiura. Alexandra Boti is our
Continue for half a mile.
supervisor producer. Asia Whitaker-Moore is Axios' executive editor, and Sarah Kailani Gu is Axios' editor-in-chief. I'm Nyla Boodoo. Stay safe, enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you back here on Monday.
Hi, it's Phoebe. We're planning a virtual live event on August 24th. It's going to include criminal trivia, you can play along and win prizes, and I'll be performing some magic tricks. To join us, become a Criminal Plus premium member. You'll also get to listen to all of our episodes
In a quarter mile, use the left 2 lanes to turn left onto Ohio 129 East, High Street.
without any ads, and bonus episodes where criminal co-creator Lauren Spohr and I take you behind the scenes and talk about how we find our stories. Sign up for Criminal Plus at thisiscriminal.com/plus. And thanks very much for your support.
Use the left 2 lanes to turn left onto Ohio 129 East, High Street.
Mounds of mounds of flour, 15 bakers, and some of the world's most unique microbes. That's right, it's a sourdough bake-off.
And not just any bake-off. This episode of Gastropod, we've got the story of the world's first sourdough science experiment to figure out where all the bacteria and fungi that make sourdough, where do they come from?
Are they
Continue on Ohio 129 East for 11 miles.
blowing in the wind, hidden in the flour, on the baker's hands?
Listen to Gastropod now for the secret of bread's deliciousness, plus more delicious bread than you can even imagine. Find Gastropod wherever you get your podcasts.
Tell me a little bit about what an ICU nurse does.
So, as an ICU nurse, we are really taking care of the most sick patients in the hospital. They could be there because they had a heart attack. They could be there because they have problems with their lungs and breathing, and they need to be on special machines and special drips. They can have so many different IV bags hanging. They can have different apparatuses attached to them that only ICU nurses know how to manage.
Amy Lochran had been working as a nurse for almost 15 years. When in 2001, she got a job at Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey, about 4 hours away from where she was living.
And I made an arrangement with the hospital that I would come down, I would work only on weekends, and I would stay in the hospital. For that, I was paid an exorbitant amount of money. And also, I needed that money because I was quite sick, and I needed a procedure that my insurance was not going to cover completely.
Amy told us she'd had issues with her heart since getting into a car accident in 1993. She saw a lot of doctors. Many of them said her heart problems were stress-related. She worked night shifts. Finally, she got a diagnosis: electrical cardiomyopathy.
At that point, they were talking about putting me on the transplant list.
Did you tell the hospital that you had this condition?
No. The hospital had my contract through a travel nurse company, and they could end my contract at any time. If they found out that I was that ill, they easily could have said that, I was not appropriate to be working 12 and 16-hour shifts in the ICU.
So, at this point, you're commuting a great distance. You're living in the hospital as you're working. I mean, what was life like for you? What was life like at home?
I was pretty exhausted, and when I was home, I had my two daughters, and they were 11 and 6, so they're 5 years apart. And I was also directing my oldest daughter's 6th grade play. So on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I had play practice with her entire class. And the rest of the time, when the girls were in school, most of the time I just slept and tried very hard to take care of myself.
And then, about 9 months after she'd started, a new nurse started working at the hospital.
I met Charles Cullen when he was orienting to the intensive care unit. I saw him in the hallway. He was standing with the nurse that was orienting him, and I knew this nurse to be perhaps not the best person to give him direction, and so I gave him a look and went up to him and told him if he had any questions that I'd be happy to help. And we started talking from there and became fast friends. He was very shy, and he was also brilliant. I'm very drawn to introverted people. He was also, it seemed like he may be depressed, and I really wanted to know who he was outside of what we were doing inside the ICU. And so we talked a lot. We talked a lot about his personal life, my personal life. And he really took care of me emotionally at that time. At that point, because everything seemed so hopeless for me, I was really frightened for my health. I was frightened to leave my daughters behind. I was frightened of being found out that I probably was not physically capable of doing my job and losing my contract, and then my not just the fact that I would lose that contract. If I lost that contract, I would lose more than money. I would lose my health insurance, which meant that I could not be cared for. And also, the way that the insurance worked at that time, I could have been denied insurance trying to get insurance after that if I had lost my contract. And I really also was holding on to that secret, and when I was sick and when I was at the hospital and struggling physically, Charlie noticed those things. I was able to hide it from other people, but not from Charlie.
Amy says that Charles Cullen first noticed she was sick on a night when she felt something going on with her heartbeat, an arrhythmia.
I became very weak. I started to pass out, and I took myself into a room and hooked myself up to one of the monitors to try and discover which particular arrhythmia I was in. And he saw me go into the room, and then the arrhythmia showed up on the monitor. He initially thought that it was a patient that was in that room, but it was an empty room that I went into. He then came in, saw that I was in that dysrhythmia. I did not have my medication with me, and Charlie went to the medication dispensing machine and pulled out a medication for me and helped me by giving me that medication.
And I assume that you're not really allowed to do that.
No, it is quite frowned upon, and even at this time. It was definitely frowned upon, and both of us could have been in really big trouble.
Amy says that after that night, Charlie was always around to help her get through a shift when she wasn't feeling well. They both worked on the night shift, and when the hospital was quiet, they talked about their lives. Charlie was divorced and had 2 daughters, just like Amy.
And we also had this unspoken language. We could look across the hallway at each other and just make a facial expression and be able to know what was on the mind of the other. We ended up working most of our shifts together so that we could support each other. We would do our care together. We would bathe our patients together. If one of us wanted to go on break, we always helped each other.
In 2 miles, take the exit toward I-75 North.
By taking care of the other's patients, we definitely relied on each other every shift.
Charles Cullen kept Amy's secret, but she didn't know that he was keeping his own secret too. I'm Phoebe Judge. This is Criminal. When did you notice that something odd was happening at the hospital?
I noticed that our lab results were coming back skewed. In the mornings, we would draw labs on our patients, send them off, and then we would get the results, computerized results. If those results were completely in critical zones, then we would receive a phone call from the lab itself. We were receiving a lot of those phone calls, mainly phone calls saying that our patients' blood sugars were extremely low and dangerously low, where our patients
In half a mile, take the exit toward I-75 North.
seize or our patients could die.
Amy thought there must be a lab error.
There was no possible way that all of our patients' labs would be off to the point that they were. Some of us were getting blood sugars
Take the exit toward I-75 North.
of 3 or 12. Anything under 60 is something that we would treat. And these were patients that were not
Continue on I-75 North for 23 miles.
diabetics, were not on an insulin drip, and were not receiving insulin from us. So we knew that there was something going on. The insulin then started to be locked up and put in the narcotics drawers, and my direct manager had told us that we had to start signing for the insulin. And the way that they had it set up in the dispensing system, we needed to account for the amount of units that was left in the bottle once we drew out our own dosages for our patients. And to me, there was no possible way to know how many units were left in the bottle. And they were going to tell us that we had to sign saying that we knew exactly how many units were in that bottle. And I said this was completely illogical, and I was refusing to do that. And Charlie was very concerned that I was making such a big deal about it. He pulled me aside and said, just sign for it, just stop. And I wouldn't.
Did you notice that any patients were having different outcomes than you might expect, apart from the labs? The lab numbers are skewed, but were you also seeing patients having major problems?
We had so many codes. We had sometimes multiple codes a night. I saw that as we had quite a few very critical patients.
What is a code?
So a code is when someone's heart stops, or when they stop breathing, or their oxygen level is so low that we need to adjust something. Usually what it means is that someone is in the process of dying and we need to save their life. There were surprises in some of the outcomes. People that I did not expect to go downhill so quickly, although it's a critical care and it's never something that you can predict. I definitely did not feel that it was completely out of the ordinary. I just remember we were going through many, many codes quite often.
In the middle of all this, Amy found out that Charlie had been fired.
Being fired was scary to me, to think that the best nurse that I worked with had just been fired, and it sent shockwaves through the entire ICU, because for us it meant if Charlie could be fired, all of us could be fired, and it was a very, very dark time.
I mean, did you immediately think about yourself hiding this medical condition, him giving you the drugs that one time to help? Did you think, oh gosh, what are they gonna find out about me, or they're trying to figure something out?
Absolutely, I thought about that, and I was scared for myself, in the sense that I no longer had my partner to work with, and wondering what that meant for me. I was also very scared for Charlie. He had so many bills, and I was really scared for him.
At work, everyone was talking about Charlie.
And everyone there was very curious to find out what had happened. And when I called, he explained to me he had been fired because he hadn't been honest on his application. This didn't really make sense to me.
Charlie had been working at Somerset for more than a year, and he was respected by his colleagues. He'd been featured in a nurse recruitment pamphlet. It had his photograph and said, "Charles appreciates the technology." Amy wondered why the hospital would be looking back at his application now. Charlie said that someone he used to work with must have seen the recruitment pamphlet and called Somerset to talk about him. Amy asked Charlie about it.
He explained to me that there were some medications that were not disposed of properly, and he was a scapegoat for those medications.
And I assume, there's so many, rightfully so, regulations and safety checks within a hospital and ICU that someone could make a mistake like that, and you could see how that could happen. It doesn't mean they're a terrible person or a bad medical practitioner. There are ways in which we can screw up in this profession.
Yes, there were
There's a speed trap ahead.
ways that any of us could make a mistake at any time, and it is one of the reasons why specifically critical care nurses are so precise in delivering care, because it's so easy to overlook something.
A few days later, Amy heard that detectives were asking to talk to some of the nurses. Rumors started going around that all of this had something to do with Charlie.
The only reason in my mind detectives would be in the hospital investigating anything, it had to have been narcotics. That was the only thing that I could imagine. So to me, there was no possible way that Charlie had been taking drugs. There had been no time in my interactions with him that I would have thought that he had been taking drugs. So I thought that it was a witch hunt.
And then Amy heard that the detectives were especially interested in talking to her.
There's a speed trap ahead.
I was really scared. And knowing that Charlie had already been fired and they were asking about him specifically, everyone knew that Charlie and I worked together and we were best friends. So I was really frightened.
Amy avoided her interview with the detectives as long as she could. She even called in sick every time they made an appointment. But after a couple of weeks, her manager sent her in. She met with Detective Danny Baldwin from the Somerset County Prosecutor's Office. The hospital's risk manager was also in the room.
When I first went in the room to speak with the lead detective, Danny Baldwin, I told him what I thought. I said, this is absolute bullshit, and this is a witch hunt, and if he thought that I was going to be throwing Charlie under the bus, he was barking up the wrong tree. Then the risk manager got pulled out of the room for some reason, and we were in the room alone, me and Danny Baldwin. And he said he wanted me to look at something. He pushed some papers across the desk, and it was the Pyxis printouts, which is our medication dispensing records, and it was the history of Charlie's interactions with that machine. And when I saw some of the
There's a speed trap ahead.
medications that he had been taking out, also not hiding that he was taking out some medications that were lethal, I also saw very quickly that there was a pattern of canceling medications and a pattern of taking out a couple of things that seemed completely innocent, like toothpaste, mouthwash, A&D ointment. Those types of interactions with the Pyxis, no one would know unless they saw the drawer. But next to those very innocent items, there were deadly medications. Digoxin, there was potassium, phenylephrine, nitroprusside, things that could kill people.
So, in this system, you input what you're taking out from the bank of all of the supplies and drugs, but it's easy to open the door, say you're taking some toothpaste, but actually take potassium.
That's correct.
There's a speed trap ahead.
We'll be right back. Support for Criminal comes from ritual. When you order a meal at a restaurant, you hope that the ingredients described on the menu are what end up on your plate, without any surprises. When it comes to your daily vitamins, it's especially important to know what you're getting. Ritual's Essential is a new multivitamin with an ingredients label you can trust. It's USP verified, which means it's undergone testing to show what's listed on the bottle matches what's inside. It has 9 foundational nutrients to support your brain, bones, and red blood cells. Ritual sent me a bottle to try, and I've been taking them twice a day, in the morning and in the evenings. But you don't need to take Ritual vitamins with food. They have a patented beadlet oil formula that combines liquid and dry ingredients and has a delayed release design.
There's a speed trap ahead.
So your body can absorb what you need more easily. Ritual's Essential for Women 18 Plus is a multivitamin you can actually trust. Ritual is offering our listeners 20% off during your first month. Visit ritual.com/criminal to start Ritual, or add Essential for Women Plus to your subscription today.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now, because the Bengals game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Bengals watching. Better with Pepsi. Tap the banner to buy now.
Amy agreed to see Detective Danny Baldwin and his partner Tim Braun at her house the next day.
They drove the 3.5, almost 4 hours up to my home in upstate New York. And they did not realize that I lived so far from the hospital, so when they asked if they could come to my home to talk to me, they did not know that it was going to be hours getting to my house in the middle of nowhere. And when they did arrive, they brought a lot of paperwork with them that they had received from the hospital, and they decided to just put it all out there for me. And I started to point out things that I noticed in Charlie's Pixis printouts and some of the documentation that they brought with them. And there were definitely signs that were so obvious that he had been doing something sinister that I couldn't speak. I just couldn't speak.
Did you recognize any of the patients in the documents that they were sharing with you?
I did. I recognized many of the patients that I had taken care of and the patients who died in my care and on my watch. Yes.
Once you started to place patients with these dogs, did you start to go back in your mind thinking, well, that night I was there at 10:52 and Charlie, what did you start to remember?
I started to really drive myself crazy trying to find a time when I had overlooked something, or that maybe my intuition had been kicked in, and there just wasn't. I had so much guilt that I could not think of a single moment where my intuition said something is wrong. There was one particular code that Charlie and I had done together, and I had walked in on him injecting a patient, and I do recall that that particular medication was not the medication that we should have been using to treat that particular dysrhythmia. And I eventually had covered up for him. I had said that it was me who ordered that particular medication, and later I found out that that patient had been allergic to that medication, and probably it was that medication that killed her, and that I had walked in on him. Being the code leader, I was responsible for everything that happened in that code, and I wondered in that code why he chose that particular medication. I assumed because of who he was that he was making an executive decision, or perhaps he didn't have the correct medication, and the medication that he gave really wasn't wrong. It was just a medication that we didn't necessarily use anymore. So I kept thinking that perhaps I was just making this all up in my head, and I was seeing something that I was being told to see. I could not reconcile that my friend Charlie, this gentle and kind person, could have done these terrible things.
During the detective's visit, Amy's phone rang. It was the hospital's risk manager calling.
And essentially told me that I was not to be talking to the detectives without having some type of a hospital administrator or someone that was representing me, because it could be dangerous for me. She also wanted me to talk to her if the detectives did reach out. Now, during that phone call, Tim was on one side of me and Danny was on the other side, and I was talking on one of those old school wall phones with the cord, and here these two huge detectives were sitting on either side, so they heard everything that she said. And when I hung up the phone, I simply said to the detectives, let's get him, because I knew at that moment that the hospital was going to do everything that they could to support themselves and not to take care of those patients. And I was angry. I was really angry.
When the detectives asked Amy if she would agree to talk to Charlie on the phone while they listened in, she said yes. So what would you talk to Charlie about when you would speak with him?
I would talk to him mostly about what was happening at home. I would talk to him about whether he was looking for a job. I wanted to know if he was okay emotionally. And I just made it very clear that I was still his friend and that we were still going to stay in touch and that I wasn't going to lose him as a friend.
Was it hard to act normal?
It was hard, and yet it was also easy because I did miss him. I did want to hear his voice. I did want to know how he was doing. I wasn't afraid of him. I wasn't angry with him. I was sad for him. And all of those things, those were not emotions that I would be able to, let's say, fake or play. Those were real. And so it was easy to talk to him.
What was he like on the phone?
Quiet, funny, sad, very, very sad. He was scared. He was scared that he wouldn't find another job.
In half a mile, keep left at the fork.
Mostly he was pretty darn depressed.
And then Amy found out that Charlie had found another nursing job.
When we found out that Charlie had gotten a job, we decided...
Keep left at the fork.
We couldn't wait. We needed to keep him away from patients. And at that point...
Continue for 5 miles.
The only way that we felt that we could get him behind bars and make it stick was to get a confession. My understanding was that it was up to me to get this confession, or we could lose this entire case.
The detectives asked Amy if she would meet up with Charlie in person, and they asked her if she would wear a wire. Amy agreed, and called Charlie and asked if they could have lunch. But that must have been terrifying to... doing investigating on your own and looking at documents and helping behind the scenes, but to now put on a wire.
Yeah. And yet to me, I was trained as a code nurse. I was trained as a trauma nurse. I was trained to be disassociated from my feelings during some of the worst times in anyone's life, and to stay calm and to really have my head around what I needed to do in the moment. And that was the place that I went. When I agreed to wear the wire, when I agreed to meet with Charlie, I knew the place to go within myself, in that dissociative place. And I knew how to talk to Charlie.
This be the...
Man, I'm so glad I'm using Google Maps. I could have been stuck in all this traffic. Man. Winning.
He's with him since he'd been fired?
Yes, it would be the first time.
We'll be right back.
Basically, the more I talk through this with y'all, the more I am perplexed. I do not know.
This week on Unexplainable, we're bringing you a new episode of our game show, Unexplainable or Not, and we've got 3 potential mysteries. Mystery 1.
Oh.
Mystery 2.
Oh, that's so cute.
And Mystery 3.
Oh my god. Stop. I should have been a scientist.
Our guest this week is Sam Sanders, host of Vulture's Into It podcast.
I'm good at some things. I'm not particularly good at science things, but I love to talk.
Sam's going to try to guess which of these mysteries are still
What
mysteries,
a cluster.
and which one has actually recently been solved.
I'm scared. I don't know if I'm right or wrong.
To find out, follow Unexplainable for new episodes every Wednesday.
It's a poorly kept secret in pop music that since the early 90s, songwriters have traveled to a 13th century castle in the south of France for what they call a song camp. Basically, a luxury retreat where songwriters and collaborators can hunker down and spend a week together writing the next big hits. Artists like Celine Dion, Britney Spears, and Miranda Lambert have all benefited from songs stemming from these song camps. I'm Charlie Harding, co-host of Switched on Pop, Vulture's podcast about the making and meaning of popular music, where this week we look at the explosion of song camps, from Rihanna's $200,000 lead camps to songwriting on yachts to Antisocial Camp, the world's largest song camp that's working to revive the New York City songwriting scene. On Switched on Pop, we'll take you inside a songwriting session at one of these exclusive events. Listen to the secret world of songwriting camps on Switched on Pop.
Take me through that day. What did you meet with the detectives early to put on the wire? Just take me through that day.
So I met them at this technical facility where we had recorded multiple conversations over the phone with Charlie before, and a tech was there to put the wire on me, and so I had just like a little tank top on, and while he was wearing me up, he did notice that I had a fairly fresh scar on the
In
left
half a mile, merge onto I-75 North.
side of my chest. And he asked me what it was because he didn't want to put the wire over it, and I said it was my pacemaker. And it was really at that time he talked to Tim and Danny, and they were adamant that we weren't going to do this. They did not know that I was sick. They did not know that I was struggling. They did not know that I had had a pacemaker placed during this time.
Continue on I-75 North for 152 miles.
And I didn't share that with them because I didn't want them to know. And I said, we're going in, we're doing this. So they wired me up. I had a wire microphone under this baggy shirt, and then I had another little apparatus for recording in my left pocket. And we went to this sports bar, and Charlie drove there, and the very first thing that he did when he saw me was hug me. And I was just terrified at that little black box that was attached to the small of my back and that he would notice. And luckily he didn't. And we sat down and we talked for hours.
You must have been very conflicted to be sitting next to someone who you like so much, who was clearly in trouble, but also have this knowledge that you had seen a lot of documents which showed pretty clearly that he had been murdering people.
I went in with this knowledge that I would be able to talk him into talking to me about it. And knowing what I knew, I would be able to at least talk to him on a medical level about what had happened. And I really wanted to make that connection with him so that it would feel to him like we were in it together. And eventually, that's what I said to him, is that I did know that he had done those things. I did know, and that I was still there for him. I was still with him, and that I wanted to go to the police station together. We could, I would stay with him through everything, and he definitely became a different person. His entire posture changed, his eyes changed, and he sat up straighter, he became more smug, his voice changed, and he said, I want to go down fighting. I want to go down fighting.
Detectives Tim Braun and Danny Baldwin were listening the whole time from the parking lot. Charlie left the restaurant first and drove away. He was arrested by police waiting for him on the road and taken in for questioning. When Amy came out, she went right to the detective's unmarked car.
I collapsed into Danny Baldwin and just kept saying, did we get him? Did we get him? Did we get him? Unfortunately, the recording did not pick up when he said that he wanted to go down fighting. The recording malfunctioned. I did not know that it had malfunctioned.
So they didn't have the confession?
They did not have a confession.
The police had centered their investigation on the death of a priest named Florian Gall, who had come into the hospital with a very high fever. He'd also had an irregular heartbeat. The cardiologist on call was treating him, and he was getting better. But then one morning, he suddenly went into cardiac arrest and died. Police believed he'd been injected with a lethal dose of a drug called digoxin. When Amy had looked over the records, she noticed that Charlie had ordered more digoxin in 1 month than she had in her entire time at the hospital. The police asked Amy if she would talk to him again.
They said that we needed the smoking gun. We needed him to say the words. We needed him to actually say, I did this. I injected him. And so I went back into the offices where I had been working with the detectives, and I met again with Charles Cullen. When I met with him, I knew this was my last chance. This was the only chance I was going to have to ever get a confession out of him. And I needed him to understand that if he did not talk about it and tell us about it, and then he was going to drag his daughters through a trial and that it would traumatize them. And so eventually, after another hour or so of talking to him, he finally decided to protect me. He decided that I could easily be implicated in those murders, and he started to talk, and he told me specifically how he murdered Florian Gall in the hospital, and then he spoke and spoke and talked for hours and hours and hours. And when I did finally find out everything that he had done, I can't explain the emotional guilt and shame that I had felt for caring for this human, and how I had to reconcile that. I had to figure that out.
In April 2004, Charles Cullen pled guilty to killing 13 patients and attempting to kill 2 others while he was employed at Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey. He eventually pled guilty to killing more patients at hospitals he'd worked at before he arrived at Somerset. Some of those hospitals had not reported suspicious deaths that might have been linked to Charles Cullen to oversight agencies, police, or other hospitals where he was applying to work. In many cases, they weren't required to. As the New York Times put it, Mr. Cullen was able to continue mostly because of systemic failures, and his career reveals gaping holes in hospital and government systems. Investigators believe he could have killed as many as 400 people. Charles Cullen claimed he did it to prevent patients who were already dying from suffering anymore.
But I had seen the evidence. I knew that Charlie had used medications to literally torture people. He did not choose medications to very carefully and happily and gently put people to sleep. He had access to those medications as well. He never chose those. He chose medications that harmed people, that were physically painful and emotionally painful. That's not mercy killing. That's not euthanasia. That's torture.
He's currently serving 18 life sentences. In 2005, the New Jersey legislature passed a law that requires hospitals to report information they have about healthcare worker misconduct that endangers patients. It's referred to as the Cullen Law. At least 35 states have adopted similar requirements. Amy Lochgren quit nursing. Today, she lives in Florida, near her daughters and grandchildren. Criminal is created by Lauren Spohr and me. Nadia Wilson is our senior producer. Katie Bishop is our supervising producer. Our producers are Susanna Robertson, Jackie Sujiko, Lily Clark, Lena Sillison, Sam Kim, and Megan Kinane. Our technical director is Rob Byers. This episode was mixed by Veronica Simonetti. Engineering by Russ Henry. Julian Alexander makes original illustrations for each episode of Criminal. You can see them at thisiscriminal.com. And sign up for a newsletter at thisiscriminal.com/newsletter. If you like the show, tell a friend or leave us a review. It means a lot. We hope you'll join our new membership program, Criminal Plus. Once you sign up, you can listen to Criminal episodes without any ads and get a bonus episode each month. To learn more, go to thisiscriminal.com/plus. That's thisiscriminal.com/plus. We're on Facebook and Twitter at Criminal Show and Instagram at criminal_podcast. We're also on YouTube at youtube.com/criminalpodcast. Criminal is recorded in the studios of North Carolina Public Radio, WUNC. We're part of the Vox Media Podcast Network. Discover more great shows at podcast.voxmedia.com. I'm Phoebe Judge. This is Criminal.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now, because the Bengals game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Bengals watching. Better with Pepsi. Tap the banner to buy now.
Here's your money briefing for Friday, August 11th. I'm J.R. Whalen for the Wall Street Journal. Digital payment apps can make checking out a breeze, but while they offer consumers convenience, some offer an opportunity for scammers.
The advice here is similar to when to link your bank account directly, and that's to only use those payment apps with people that you know and trust.
We'll talk to WSJ personal finance reporter Amani Moise about ways to protect your money after the break.
Running a small business takes grit and determination and a communications provider that's got your back. That's Spectrum Business. Fast, reliable communication solutions that keep your business going. Get 300 megabits per second internet, just $49.99 a month when bundled with Spectrum Business Connect, the all-in-one phone system that lets you work from anywhere on any device. And get a free mobile line for a year. Visit spectrum.com/go-faster. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
When it's time to check out, be it online or in-line at a store, consumers have many options, and each of those options come with perks and the risk of being the target of fraudsters. WSJ personal finance reporter Amani Moise explored the pros and cons of popular payment methods and joins me now. So Amani, let's start with credit cards. For a lot of people, plastic has long been the most convenient method of payment. But what do people need to weigh against that convenience?
Interest rates. So credit card interest rates have recently hit record highs, and they're only climbing higher. If you don't have the money to pay off your balance right away, you should consider cheaper options, because regardless of how many travel points or cashback deals you're offered, chances are the interest charges are going to outweigh those benefits. Debit could be a better option, and even though debit cards don't typically have all the rewards associated with the credit cards, they have a lot of the same protections. So if there's an unauthorized transaction, it's really easy to get your money back, and even if you purchase something online with a debit card and it never arrives or it's not as described, there's a good chance of getting your money back as well. Now, if you don't have the money in your account or you want a little bit more time to pay, you should consider buy now, pay later options, because they often don't have the same interest rates associated with credit cards.
And pay your bills at the end of the month. You can avoid those extra charges, right?
Yes, as long as you pay off your balance in full, interest isn't a concern.
Now, digital wallets like PayPal or Apple Pay, they're also pretty easy to use. But are they considered safe?
Definitely.
At least 80 people have died in the wildfires in Hawaii.
Residents say they have nowhere to flee.
Here, I really felt every corner where we had just come from was on fire.
I'm Scott Simon.
I'm Aisha Roscoe, and this is Up First from NPR News.
The Justice Department appoints a special counsel to investigate President Biden's son, Hunter Biden.
Even though the Attorney General said before one wasn't necessary.
That's 2 weeks after a plea deal fell apart.
In Wisconsin, infighting among justices on the state Supreme Court.
Now that liberals have the majority.
The Chief Justice, a conservative, is calling it a coup.
Please stay with us. We've got the news you need to start your weekend.
This message message comes from NPR sponsor Mimecast. An email address is a direct digital path to the mind, the machine, and the data of every person in your organization. That means your M365 accounts are at risk of cyber attacks. But with Mimecast, their solution fortifies your existing email security and reduces risk, cost, and complexity. Visit Mimecast.com today to start your free 30-day trial. That's Mimecast.com.
This message comes from NPR sponsor USPS. Every business seeks an advantage, from having the best location to spotting trends before they happen. And now, the United States Postal Service can give your business a new advantage. Introducing USPS Ground Advantage, reliable and affordable 2 to 5 day package shipping. It's the advantage you need. Get the ground advantage at USPS.com/advantage. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
The island of Maui continues to burn.
And hundreds of people remain missing.
NPR's Jason DeRose is in Maui. Jason, thanks for being with us. Morning. Such difficult news. Please tell us about the latest developments.
Well, Scott, multiple wildfires are continuing to burn around the island, but things are a bit more under control than they were earlier in the week. Residents in affected areas are being allowed back into their neighborhoods if they can show proof that they live there. But sadly, some of them are returning to find only the burnt remains of their homes. There are daily curfews, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the burn areas. And I should point out that in the western part of the island, there's still no power, no water, and there isn't expected to be for some time.
I understand you visited a shelter there in Kahului. Could you tell us about that?
Well, Scott, this is an impromptu shelter at the Maui High School. It started by volunteers from the community and from the school itself. So the gym, like most school gyms, has a shower for folks where they can clean up. There are cots set up for sleeping. They're handing out food, making sure everyone is hydrated. It's been really hot here. Friday was 85 degrees, quite humid. They also have about 300 people staying there. And the Red Cross has started to take over running things. California resident Vesta Son was vacationing here with her daughter when the fires broke out. She also happens to be a trained Red Cross volunteer.
It's easy to have these bottlenecks, and I know for myself I can feel really fearful because there's no escape when there's fires in LA County, Orange County. You know, California's big. I don't even have to go to another state to escape, right? But here I really felt every corner where we had just come from was on fire.
Scott, an example of that bottleneck, a bad traffic accident yesterday shut down access to the western burn areas for much of Friday afternoon, even for rescue workers. Now, this shelter is in transition as things are becoming a bit more organized. That's creating some frustration for those folks who came earlier in the week just to volunteer to help out when it was a community effort.
And why frustration, Jason?
Well, you know, on Wednesday and Thursday, folks showed up. They brought food, they brought water, doctors came to see if people needed help. But now they have to go through official channels to volunteer. We spoke with one doctor who had been helping earlier in the week, but by Friday he was being told, no, you have to go register with the Red Cross. And it's not been easy to talk with victims or volunteers. Reporters aren't allowed in the shelter. But we did speak with one evacuee outside who showed us videos on her phone of how quickly the fire escalated. In just a matter of minutes, she and her boyfriend got out safely, but their home was completely destroyed.
Jason, from the conversations you have been able to have, how do people seem to be holding up?
Well, people are tired. They're visibly tired. Their voices are tired. Volunteers are tired and sad. And you know, this is just beginning, since many people at the shelter aren't waiting to go back home because they no longer have homes to go back to. But I want to tell you about this wonderful moment of lightness Friday afternoon at the shelter. Out in front of the gym there, people have set up this little play area for kids with their toys and games. And at one point, in the midst of all this tragedy and destruction and death, someone brought a bubble machine, so the whole front of the school gym was covered with these tiny bubbles floating in the air, and you could see the little kids dancing for joy.
Oh, what a beautiful moment. NPR's Jason DeRose in Maui, thanks so much.
You're welcome, Scott.
General Merrick Garland says a special counsel makes sure the case against Hunter Biden is guided only by facts and the law.
That means the president's son is apparently headed to trial after all. NPR Justice Correspondent Carrie Johnson joins us. Carrie, thanks for being with us.
Happy to be here, Scott.
Please tell us about David Weiss, this person who's now the special counsel.
Well, he's a holdover U.S. attorney from Delaware, initially appointed by former President Donald Trump. And he's the same guy who's been investigating Hunter Biden since 2019. The difference now is that as special counsel, he will write a report explaining his decisions about charging people or declining to charge people. And he's going to operate outside of day-to-day supervision from the Justice Department leaders. But they can override his decisions if they think they're inappropriate.
There's a speed trap ahead.
The trick there is that Congress will learn about any of those overrides eventually.
And Carrie, if he was already on the job in this investigation, why the need to become a special counsel?
That's not entirely clear. The Justice Department doesn't tell us who they're investigating or for what. But the appointment paperwork references an investigation of Hunter Biden, among others. And Attorney General Merrick Garland told us Weiss had reached a stage in the investigation where becoming a special counsel was necessary.
Carrie, what happened to the Hunter Biden plea deal? It looked to be in place, and then something changed.
Yeah, things went wrong. Last month, a federal judge in Delaware questioned the terms of the deal, specifically whether it conveyed a kind of broad immunity to Hunter Biden over his business dealings and foreign lobbying. So prosecutors said no, and lawyers for Hunter Biden said yes. There was no meeting of the minds. Yesterday, prosecutors said they remained at an impasse. They said there's no plea deal, so this agreement for Hunter Biden to plead guilty to 2 tax charges and enter a diversion.
There's a speed trap ahead.
Diversion program for a gun charge now seems to be dead. Right now, unless something big happens, it seems this case could be headed for trial.
And of course, President Biden is running for re-election at the same time. How is the White House responding to the news of a special counsel?
The White House is declining comment. Hunter Biden's lawyer says nothing has changed in their view now that there's a special counsel. He says they expect a, quote, fair resolution, not infected by politics. And former President Trump got in line too. He accused the Justice Department yesterday, without any evidence, of protecting Joe and Hunter Biden, even though the Justice Department is now investigating them both. Republicans in Congress have been demanding that prosecutors take action against Hunter Biden. Now they say the special counsel move is designed to stonewall their investigations. But for what it's worth, special counsels do regularly testify before Congress, but only after their work is done.
And President Trump had another day in court yesterday. Carrie, tell us about that, please.
Busy day. This is the case against Trump for trying to overturn the 2020 election that culminated in the Capitol riot. Judge Tanya Chutkan imposed a protective order to limit how much Trump can talk about sensitive documents he'll get in the course of the case. She's worried about him potentially intimidating witnesses and polluting the jury pool here in D.C. The judge says Donald Trump does have First Amendment rights, but he's subject to restrictions like any other criminal defendant. And she warned everyone to be careful in their public statements before trial, a message to the defense that making inflammatory remarks could actually lead to having a trial in D.C. sooner rather than later, to minimize prejudicial statements that potential jurors might hear.
NPR Justice Correspondent Carrie Johnson, thanks so much.
My pleasure.
It's been less than 2 weeks since Janet Protasiewicz was sworn into the top court in Wisconsin.
An election in April gave liberals a slim majority on the panel for the first time in 15 years.
So far, the session has been very messy. Ryan Silver of WWM in Milwaukee joins us now. Welcome.
Hi, Aisha.
So as we mentioned, the new liberal majority has only been in power for a short time, and already there's been, I guess, how can we say this, drama. Tell us about what's going on.
Right, so the liberal majority really started reshaping the court administratively within days of taking control. They fired the director of state courts, who was appointed by conservatives. They limited the power of the conservative Chief Justice. They opened up administrative meetings to the public, and they set up a committee to establish recusal rules. That's when a judge sits out a case because of a conflict. Liberal justices say they're just making things more transparent, but conservatives have really responded with bitterness. One conservative justice actually tweeted that there's a, quote, cabal of extreme leftists now running the court. The Chief Justice, Annette Ziegler, who's a conservative, called it a coup on conservative talk radio. Meanwhile, Liberal Justice Rebecca Dallett issued a press release in response and said they've repeatedly asked the Chief Justice to join them in meetings, but she's refused. So keep in mind, this is all playing out very publicly in press releases and comments to the media.
So what's the problem with the liberal justice making changes now that they have the majority? Is this just sour grapes, or do the conservative justices have grounds for their objections?
So some observers say that really liberals aren't doing anything that conservatives wouldn't do if the tables were turned. The real problem here isn't all this back and forth, it's really the acrimony and partisanship on the court. I talked to Barry Burden about this. He's the director of the Elections Research Project at UW-Madison.
Public trust in the court and the willingness to accept its decisions is going to be lower and much more partisan in the reaction that we see. This is true of the U.S. Supreme Court as well. In Wisconsin, I think we're likely to see a similar sort of polarization of public reactions play out.
In the meantime, Burden says it'd just be good for the justices to get in a room face-to-face, maybe stop tweeting and issuing press releases. They really have a lot of important work to do.
A lot of important work to do. It seems like the court does have some really big cases to decide this term. Remind us what's coming up.
Aisha, there are big topics. We're talking redistricting, election laws, abortion, three of the most contested issues across the country that are going to be before the court soon. Redistricting's the one we're really watching because that has a tight deadline. The case would have to be decided by mid-next year for those new districts to be in place before the general election. That could have big implications for the balance of power in the state legislature, which has been controlled by conservatives for quite a while in Wisconsin. There's already 2 lawsuits filed within 2 weeks of the new court. There's also a lawsuit making its way through the system over Wisconsin's near total abortion ban. And then, of course, election laws will be important because Wisconsin is such a narrow swing state. It's cliche to say that every vote counts, but here we really mean it.
That's Mayan Silver in Milwaukee. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And that's up first for Saturday, August 12, 2023. I'm Scott Simon.
And I'm Aisha Roscoe.
Tomorrow on Up First, introducing the Love Commandos, a group in India that protects intercaste couples.
Today's episode of Up First was edited by Ravenna Koenig, Donald Clyde, Krishnadev Kalamer, Fernando Nara Roman, Liz Baker, and Matthew Sherman.
It was produced by Danny Hensel and directed by Michael Radcliffe. Engineering support from Anna Glover.
Evie Stone is our senior supervising editor. Our executive producer is Sarah Oliver, and our deputy managing editor is Jim Kane.
And for more news, interviews, books, music, turn on something called the radio every Saturday and Sunday morning for a weekend edition from NPR News. You can find your NPR station at stations.npr.org.
What does it mean to be black in America? In NPR's Black Stories, Black Truths, a collection of stories as varied, nuanced, and dynamic as black experiences, you'll hear. It means everything. Search NPR Black Stories, Black Truths wherever you get your podcasts.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Mimecast. When an email address is the direct digital path to the mind and data of your organization, you're at risk. But advanced email security from Mimecast can put your mind at ease. Visit mimecast.com today to start your free 30-day trial.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Spectrum Business. Running a small business takes grit and determination, and a communications provider that's got your back. Spectrum Business keeps your business running with fast, reliable internet, all-in-one communication tools, mobile service, and more. Learn more at spectrum.com/business.
You're listening to Shortwave from NPR. Hey Shortwavers, Regina Barber here
with Burley McCoy
and Juana Summers. Now Juana, you're a host for All Things Considered, and Burley, you're a beloved producer here on Shortwave. And we've gathered you here today to talk through some of the latest science headlines that are giving us joy and tickling our brains. Thanks for coming to play with me.
No problem. I heard we were talking interstellar space shouts
and super sneaky fish.
And then we'll learn why waves are rising off the California coast on this episode of Shortwave from NPR.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Organic Valley, a co-op of small organic family farms. Dairy farmer Tyler Webb shares how he and his family work with nature to manage challenges on the farm.
When I think of land stewardship, it's taking the opportunity to slowly walk through your farm, to listen, to try to observe subtle patterns. When you're not reliant upon pesticides and herbicides and things to navigate your way through farming, you're looking for ways to work in harmony with our ecosystem. From a pesticide perspective, flies can be a concern. And so a lot of this bird habitat we have on the farm is because we're looking for tree swallows. They just cruise around all day long, flies. They come back every year in April. They put a big dent on the fly population during that period.
Discover Organic Valley Dairy at ov.coop/ethically sourced.
Okay, Regina, I can definitely identify with this idea of shouting into space a lot of the time, especially when I'm at home. Let's start there.
Yeah, me too. So a couple weeks ago, NASA lost contact with Voyager 2. This is the spacecraft that launched in 1977 and has traveled well beyond our solar system and is still sending back data. And they were worried they had lost contact for good, but they reconnected to it last week by shouting at it across 12 billion miles or so.
Okay, and what exactly do you mean by shouting?
Yeah, so NASA periodically sends messages to make sure Voyager 2 is pointing its receiver towards Earth. And a few weeks ago, there was an error in a code that was sent out that resulted in the receiver pointing the wrong way, just 2 degrees. And that error was kind of like sending an email with the wrong attachment. And because of that slight shift, they lost contact. The team was in emergency mode, but they were eventually able to send another message using the strongest signal they could, which was over twice as powerful as the original message. Linda Spilker, the Voyager mission scientist I talked to, called it shouting at Voyager 2.
And it worked. We shouted Voyager, waited a day and a half, and Voyager came back and said, "Hi, I'm fine, everything's great."
Well, that sounds like a relief. But wait, there are 2 Voyager spacecrafts, right?
Yeah, so there's Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, and they were both made to study the planets in our solar system. And Voyager 2 is actually the only spacecraft to study Uranus and Neptune. But since everything was still working after the initial 4-year mission, scientists decided to give them a new mission to study interstellar space.
Interstellar? Isn't that a Matthew McConaughey film?
Yes, but in real life, we're talking about the space beyond our solar system, between star systems, a place we haven't really explored. And that's where the Voyager spacecrafts are now. And this makes them the farthest human-made objects from Earth. Also, just in case they encounter intelligent life, Voyager 1 and 2 are carrying golden records, and these golden records have images, music, and greetings from all over the world.
Okay, now for our second science story, we are leaving space and we're diving right into the ocean. Burley, tell us about these sneaky fish.
Yeah, so this discovery is in trumpetfish, which are these long stick-like fish, and they do this thing called shadowing when they're hunting other fish, which is basically when one fish follows another fish closely. And there was some mystery as to why they would do that. Maybe they do it because it helps them sneak up on their prey, but they could also do it because they encounter less drag when they swim in the shadow of another fish. Researchers didn't really know.
Okay, so how did the scientists get to the bottom of it all?
So this is the really fun part. First, the researchers made these 3D printed models of trumpetfish and the fish they tend to hide behind, called parrotfish. Then the lead researcher spent weeks painting them. He said he felt like Bob Ross, and then took them out to a coral reef in the Caribbean, where divers had seen this trumpetfish shadowing behavior before. And so 2 researchers would dive down, find a colony of trumpetfish prey, and then set up 2 tripods with a nylon line between them. They attached 3D printed trumpetfish and parrotfish to that nylon line, kind of like an underwater clothesline, and then they put on this underwater puppet show with the fake fish swimming across the reef, and watch how the trumpetfish's prey responded.
Okay, so what did the prey do? How did they respond to these decoys when it looked like one fish was hiding behind the other fish?
Yeah, so this illusion that the researchers set up with the fake trumpetfish hiding behind the parrotfish, it seemed to trick the prey. The prey didn't dart out of the way as urgently as they did when they encountered the trumpetfish on its own.
So it seems these scientists got closer to answering the question of why these fish do this then, right? It seems to help them get closer to their prey while hunting.
Yeah, that's what the researchers concluded, which means this is the first time researchers showed that a predator outside of humans can conceal themselves from their prey by hiding behind another animal. And since coral reefs are disappearing, there's less coral to hide behind, so hiding behind other fish could end up being an even more important strategy for trumpetfish in the future.
For our third and final story, we are staying in the ocean. The waves along the California coast are getting bigger over time, and that's due to global warming?
Yeah, so our NPR colleague Nate Rott wrote about this recently for NPR.org. Apparently, California's winter waves have gotten about a foot taller on average since 1969. And the number of storms that produce waves greater than 13 feet tall have also become more common off California's coast. So this is from a study published last week in the Journal of Geophysical Research Oceans.
I mean, when you're talking about a foot taller waves, I'm not the best swimmer. That doesn't sound like good news for me. Maybe if you like to surf, it's a good thing?
Yeah, I think for the surfers it might be a better thing than for the rest of us. Surfers in California earlier this year said they saw the best swell in decades.
Yeah, but like Juana said, there are plenty of downsides that come with massive waves, like damaged piers, crumbled sea cliffs, flooded coastlines, and when you combine that with rising sea levels, we're talking billions in damage to California's coast within the next few decades.
Okay, that's no good. So how did they figure out that California's waves were getting bigger?
Peter Bromirski, the study's author, used seismic records going back to 1931.
I mean, I feel like when I hear the word seismic thrown around, I'm usually thinking about earthquakes, not waves.
Yeah, totally. But it is connected, we swear. So basically, when waves ricochet off the coast, they send energy back towards the sea. And when that energy hits incoming waves, it pushes energy downward. That creates a seismic signal that can be detected, like earthquakes. So Bromirski was able to use that information to estimate the size of the waves.
And this part is actually really cool. So we have data on wave height along the west coast from movies, but they've only been measuring this since 1980. So by using this older seismic data, Bromirski was able to go back further in time to activity patterns back to the 1930s.
Okay, and we mentioned earlier that these higher waves off California are linked to global warming. What's the connection?
Well, this new study adds to research suggesting storm activity in the northern Pacific Ocean has increased, as human activities have caused the world's temperatures to warm. That storm activity is the main source of California's winter swells.
Plus, we know that climate change makes storms more powerful and dangerous. It makes storm surge and inland flooding more severe. So even though the study was focused on a specific region, the concern goes way beyond the California coast.
Thank you again, Juana, for hanging out with us.
Thank you for having me. Let's do it again, and let's bring snacks next time.
Definitely. To see videos of the underwater fish puppet show, check out our episode page.
This episode was produced by Gabriel Sanchez and Rachel Carlson. It was edited by our managing producer, Rebecca Ramirez, and by Viet Le and Christopher Intaliata. Rachel Carlson checked the facts. Josh Newell and Stu Rushfield were the audio engineers.
Beth Donovan is our senior director, and Anya Grunman is our senior vice president of programming. I'm Regina Barber.
And I'm Berlin McCoy.
Thanks for listening to Shortwave from NPR. So, Juana, what is your favorite snack?
I mean, there's so many, but I mean, seriously, who can beat a good chips and salsa? But the salsa's gotta be hot.
The salsa's gotta be hot? Like spicy hot, not
Spicy hot, not warm left in my car hot.
The attack on our nation's capital on January 6th, 2021 was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy.
That's Jack Smith, the Justice Department's special counsel. He's prosecuting former President Donald Trump for his role in the January 6th Capitol attack.
As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies. Lies by the defendant, targeted at obstructing a bedrock function of the U.S. government, the nation's process of collecting, counting, and certifying the results of the presidential election.
And Trump hasn't been shy about sharing his opinion of Smith.
The prosecutor in the case, I will call it our case, is a thug. I've named him Deranged Jack Smith.
Smith is leading 2 cases against the former president, for the Capitol attack and for his handling of classified documents. Trump has pleaded not guilty in both cases.
It's historic. It's unprecedented. Never before in American history have we seen a former president accused of federal crimes, and never before in history have we seen the Justice Department taking these investigative steps.
Our colleague Sadie Gurman reports on the Justice Department, and she says Smith is an aggressive prosecutor.
Jack Smith is somebody who has a reputation for not shying away from big, tough, politically explosive cases. Smith is not going to give Trump's team an inch. He's going to fight for every single thing. And they believe they're on solid footing. They're going to make their stand. They're not going to back down.
Welcome to The Journal, our show about money, business, and power. I'm Jessica Mendoza. It's Thursday, August 10th. Coming up on the show, who is Jack Smith, the man prosecuting former President Donald Trump?
This episode is sponsored by Indeed. Finding the people you need to help your business thrive doesn't have to be a second job. With Indeed, you can attract, interview, and hire all in one place. So reclaim your time and find the people you need fast. Start hiring now at Indeed.com/journal or tap the banner to learn more. Terms and conditions apply. Cost per application pricing not available for everyone.
What kind of prosecutor is Jack Smith?
He is somebody who is willing to tackle even the most complex public corruption type cases. He's somebody who has experience at both the local and international levels. He's a registered independent, and he has a reputation for being an apolitical figure, somebody who was trusted within the Justice Department.
Jack Smith went to Harvard Law School. He graduated with honors and then decided to work as a prosecutor. He eventually made his way to the Eastern District of New York's office. While he was there, he didn't back away from high-stakes cases.
The one that comes to mind for me is in 2002, he was picked to be one of the lead prosecutors in the retrial of an NYPD officer who was accused of aiding in the torture of Haitian immigrant Abner Louima. This was a case that really captured public attention at the time.
Immigrant Abner Louima was mistakenly accused of being involved in a fight at a nightclub in Flatbush. Cops with Brooklyn's 70th Precinct then beat and sexually assaulted Louima with a plunger at the station house.
It was a case that incited a lot of emotions in the public. There were protests outside of the courthouse daily as this was going on. It was high stakes locally, and Smith was ready and able to tackle that case.
Smith took over the case and won a conviction. Smith moved to Washington, D.C. in 2010, when he was recruited to run the public integrity section within the Justice Department.
So
the public integrity section has a pretty a highfalutin name that's very broad. It actually encompasses a lot of different investigative work. It's called the Public Integrity Section, or PIN. It investigates political figures, politicians on the state, federal, and local levels for all kinds of different misconduct and corruption.
What was Smith's job there?
He began immediately reviewing some of the long-running investigations into political figures like members of Congress, and he actually recommended closing several of them without criminal charges. That led to some criticism that the section had gone soft under his leadership, which he sharply rejected. And in fact, shortly after that, we saw the section's court work began to increase. He worked to improve the team's trial skills, and they began taking bigger cases to trial.
By looking at Smith's time at Penn, you can see the outlines of his strategy as a prosecutor. He brought a lot of cases to trial, and he won some big convictions, including years-long prison sentences for former lawmakers in Arizona and Virginia. But several of his high-profile cases were not as successful.
That's the thing about many of Smith's cases. I mean, some of them are not clear-cut victories. And, in talking to some people who had worked with him, they said he's a prosecutor, and if a prosecutor only wins his cases, he's not bringing hard cases, he's not bringing high-stakes cases. And we saw that in particular during his time in the public integrity section.
One example of this is the 2012 trial of former U.S. Senator John Edwards. Smith's team charged Edwards with violating campaign finance laws to help cover up an extramarital affair. In that case, the jury acquitted Edwards on one charge and failed to reach a verdict on the other 5, which led to a mistrial. Smith's office also eventually lost in a major case against former Governor Bob McDonnell of Virginia.
McDonnell accepted $175,000 worth of loans and gifts from a businessman with interests in front of the state.
A jury did rule in favor of Smith's team. They convicted McDonnell on 11 counts of corruption-related crimes. But the case was appealed and made its way to the Supreme Court, and the justices there were unanimous.
The Supreme Court overturned McDonnell's conviction, saying that prosecutors needed to show an explicit quid pro quo between gifts or donations and official actions to bring certain corruption charges.
So the Supreme Court was saying that Jack Smith's definition of fraud was too broad.
That's right. Now, that case was kind of unique because prosecutors had brought the case under an aggressive theory of corruption that lower courts actually affirmed. But the High Court narrowed the scope of behavior that was covered by federal law. And Chief Justice John Roberts said in that case that the department's theory was so broad it could criminalize ordinary constituent service and other conduct that politicians engage in routinely.
Sadie says that the McDonnell case shows that Smith is willing to pursue a broad definition of corruption, one that his critics say amounts to overreach. And that's partly because opinions differ on exactly when an elected official crosses the line and actually breaks the law.
Smith is basically trying to paint for jurers a clear line of where sort of the messy business of politics becomes a crime. And that is a big challenge for public corruption prosecutors in any environment, is showing at what point an action actually veers into criminal conduct. And it's sometimes subjective. And so what Smith is doing in many of these cases is clearly trying to lay that out.
How would you say his work at Penn shaped his approach as a prosecutor?
I mean, I think that sort of the mixed record emerging from Smith's time in Penn sort of made him even less afraid to take on bigger cases and to rely on federal statutes that have gone either way in court. And so I think that this experience well positioned him to do the kind of work we're seeing him doing today.
After his stint at Penn, Smith took a job at the International Criminal Court in The Hague. It's a tribunal that prosecutes war crimes. But he would soon return to Washington for what might end up being the most challenging role of his career. That's after the break.
This episode is brought to you by Natrol. With school just around the corner, time to think about getting your kids' sleep routine back to routine. Thankfully, there's Natrol Kids Melatonin. 100% drug-free. The formula helps safely soothe your child to sleep on those nights they need a little extra help, so they wake up rested and ready for the school day ahead. Shop now at natrol.com. This product helps with occasional sleeplessness. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent diseases.
Since leaving office, Donald Trump has faced several investigations. In New York,
the case centers on an alleged hush money payment made to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the final days of the 2016 presidential campaign.
In Georgia,
President Trump had a recorded conversation, a phone call with the top Georgia election official, asking him to find 11,780 votes and saying there's nothing wrong with staying in recalculated.
and the two at the federal level for his alleged mishandling of classified documents and for his role in the January 6th Capitol riot. Last November, Attorney General Merrick Garland appointed Jack Smith as special counsel to take over the two federal investigations. Explain to us what a special counsel is. So a special counsel is typically appointed by an attorney general in a situation where he perceives there to be a conflict of interest. They operate with a degree of autonomy. They have to inform Justice Department higher ups when they intend to make a significant decision, but their daily decision-making, their daily actions are not supervised by the Justice Department. And so this allows them to proceed without, theoretically, without the perception of political interference. When Smith arrived at the Justice Department, he inherited a team of prosecutors who'd already been working on both investigations.
Almost as soon as he began working on these cases, we saw them accelerate on multiple tracks. We began to see grand jury activity pick up in both cases. We began to see more and more witnesses coming into the grand jury. And I feel like the Justice Department had taken sort of a cautious approach toward investigating Trump himself. So I think as soon as we saw Smith take over, the stakes and the likelihood that he would be indicted went up.
In June, Smith indicted Trump in the documents case. And then last week, he indicted Trump in the January 6th case. Today, indicted
Donald J. Trump, aspiring to the United States.
Okay, so Sadie, can you remind us what Trump was charged with? If you look at in this 45-page indictment, it's a pretty detailed portrait of what Smith says are Trump's efforts to prevent impeachment transfer from his successor. As the first Benjamin in history that we've seen these charges leveled at a former president. And the first one that What is a protective order?
So this is a pretty perfunctory step that prosecutors take in almost every criminal case, and it's not a gag order. It's just designed to prevent evidence from leaking into the public view. And so prosecutors are saying if Trump got a hold of the names and identities of the people who testified against him, he would make them public, and he would potentially put them at risk, put their safety at risk, jeopardize the case.
What was Trump's response to Smith's request for a protective order?
Trump's lawyers filed a response to this motion that basically accused the Justice Department of violating Trump's First Amendment rights by preventing him from talking about the evidence that he may or may not see in the course of this criminal case. The Justice Department, Smith's team, immediately fired back with a very strong response that accused Trump's defense team of trying to try this case in the media. It was very plain spoken language. It said that Trump wants to try this case in the media rather than in the courtroom. And so it was an aggressive response, and it was a clear and very straightforward response, and it was fast.
And for Jack Smith himself, the special counsel, right? Like, what are the stakes for him, or what's at stake for him?
Well, certainly his reputation is at stake. You don't want to be the first federal prosecutor to bring criminal charges against a former president and lose your case. And so, he's got a lot on the line here, but he is somebody who's shown throughout his career that he is not afraid to lose.
I'm curious, you've talked about him, or the way that people have viewed him over the years, as an apolitical figure. Win or lose, do you think he'll still be considered that way after this?
No, I don't. I think what you saw with Special Counsel Robert Mueller is, he was a long-time law enforcement official, a Republican military veteran, and he was painted in a pretty lasting way as a liberal. And, for people who strongly support Trump, Jack Smith will always be viewed as a political enemy, as a cudgel of the Biden administration trying to undermine Trump as he makes another bid for the White House.
What is the feeling among the legal community about Smith's strategy in prosecuting the former president?
According to some critics, this could be seen as a far-reaching interpretation of fraud and conspiracy statutes. And so even if he gets a conviction in court, there's a chance that might not be the end of the road. Some of the legal experts we have talked to have said this is a very strong case, and he has Trump dead to rights. He has amassed a lot of evidence and interviewed a lot of witnesses. And so some legal experts are viewing this case as a strong one. I had one legal expert tell me that this case is on the frontiers of American jurisprudence because it's an example of a federal prosecutor using broad and general conspiracy and fraud theories to go after a politician for what some could argue is just sort of the messy business of politics.
Today, Smith proposed January 2nd, 2024 as the trial date for the January 6th probe. That's 2 weeks before the first votes will be cast in the Republican presidential primary. That's all for today, Thursday, August 10th. The Journal is a co-production of Gimlet and the Wall Street Journal. Additional reporting in this episode by James Finelli. Thanks for listening. See you tomorrow.
Change is hard. Breaking habits is harder. In the audiobook Atomic Habits, James Clear gives us hope. Tune in as he shares easy-to-achieve pro tips that'll improve your life. Listen in the car, at the gym, on a walk, or wherever you go. Tap the banner to hear a free sneak peek. This message comes from
from NPR sponsor Honeywell, helping meet your sustainability goals with their consultative approach and technologies that are ready to support you wherever you are in the journey. Learn more at honeywell.com/NPR.
Hello, this is Jenna. I'm on the beautiful campus of Florida Atlantic University, awaiting the procession for my graduation. This podcast was recorded at
1:04 p.m. on August 10th, 2023.
Things may have changed by the time you hear it, but I will officially have my master's in computer engineering. All right, here's the show, and go Owls.
Oh, congratulations.
Go Owls. Yeah, I get so excited when there's a Florida timestamp.
I was just excited that there's a mascot that's an owl.
Yes, Florida Atlantic. Congratulations. Hey there, it's the NPR Politics Podcast. I'm Miles Parks, I cover voting.
I'm Ashley Lopez, I cover politics. And I'm Elena Moore, I also cover politics.
Earlier this week, we talked about old politicians, and now we are doing the other end of the spectrum, young voters and young lawmakers. We'll start with young voters. This population group has historically had the lowest voter registration and participation rates in elections of any age group in the United States. But lately, some states are doing something to try to change that. Ashley, you've been reporting on this for the last couple of weeks, and let's start with the problem. Why is it that young voters have just been voting in lower numbers than other age groups?
Well, registration is the first hurdle, obviously. And, I guess we should just start from the very beginning, which is like, the United States is one of the few democratic nations that requires people to register. And if you're young, you don't interact with the government a lot, so this might be the first time that you have to fill out paperwork and go through a government process, and that could be either, overwhelming or...
Have you ever been 18? You have so many other things to worry about. I feel like you've got breakups going on, you're going off to college. Government forms are not what you are focused on. What are states doing to try to fix this?
States have been looking at either since 2020, finding ways to make voting more accessible. Because if you remember during the pandemic, some states started opening up vote by mail. They kind of saw in the results that a lot of people started taking advantage of voting. And so they saw this venue to sort of make voting easier in some ways. And then some other states reacted to the big lie and have decided to respond to mostly their Republican voters who feel that there needs to be more restrictions in place. And so they have added more laws and sort of barriers to voting for some voters. But on the side of states that are looking at making voting easier, voter registration is something that they've been taking a stab at. And so automatic voter registration is something that some states have been trying. The way it works is if you interact with the DMV, you sign up to drive for the first time to get your driver's license, that information that you give the DMV gets used to register to you to vote. And that's been very effective. And it's been particularly effective. There's been more and more states who've been looking at policies like that.
Elena, I feel like this is kind of a two-pronged problem, though. All the things that Ashley's talking about, which are structural barriers that make it hard for young people to vote. But then there's the other aspect of this that I heard when I reported a Life Kit a few years ago about how to vote, just trying to explain the process. And I remember hearing a lot from people, even older people, that they were pretty intimidated in the process. You might go into, let's say, the presidential election, knowing who you want to vote for president. You look at your ballot, and you've got, elections for state house representatives and public works commission, and there's an amendment that you have no idea what it means. Is part of this for young people an intimidation factor as well?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I have heard that when talking to voters. Earlier this year, for a different story, I talked with Jenna Ruiz, who was 19 when we spoke. She's a student at Miami-Dade College, and she has, experience in politics. She's involved in student government, and she was still uneasy about casting her ballot.
I felt, I'm not going to lie, a little bit lost on some of the things that were on the ballot. I do identify more towards the Democratic Party, but I still felt like I didn't really know everything that was on the ballot. I just was excited to vote.
That isn't something she's alone in, something I reported on a few months back. I spoke to Ruiz in the winter of this year, and I was really interested in this idea of just is there a little bit still of a civic uneasiness with young people? And there was
some data out of the education advocacy organization Murmuration, the Walton Family Foundation, and this polling firm Social Sphere, and they found that a third of voters under 26 who voted in the midterms said that they wanted more political information about both candidates and their policies, even though they voted. Like a third of them were still unsure, and that's compared to just like 1 in 10 of older generations.
Wow.
Young voters are in a tough spot. They're in this like kind of negative loop, which is like they vote a lot right now and historically haven't. So they're not a good investment for political parties. So when you have a small campaign budget or even a pretty big one, you're kind of judicious about where you spend that money. And if you know that, messaging to young people is not going to yield you the same kind of bang for your buck as like, other voting blocks that like, suburban voters, something like older suburban voters who are definitely going to turn out to the polls, you're just not going to spend that money on that messaging. So it's like it creates this situation where like then young people continue to not go to the polls and not feel like part of the process. So it's kind of a tough spot that sort of begins with, these sort of like early barriers.
All right, let's leave it there for now. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Honeywell. Built upon their own ESG efforts of the past decades, unmatched experience, and innovative technologies, Honeywell offers a portfolio of solutions that can help you achieve your sustainability goals wherever you are in the journey. Learn more at honeywell.com/NPR. This message comes from NPR sponsor Uber One. One membership to save on Uber and Uber Eats. With $0 delivery fees, up to 10% off Uber Eats, and exclusive member perks. Join Uber One today at uber.com/Uber1. $0 delivery fee and percentage off discounts subject to order minimums and participating stores. Taxes and other fees still apply. This message comes from NPR sponsor Rosetta Stone. Rosetta Stone has been an expert in language learning for 30 years. NPR listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 40% off. Learn more at rosettastone.com/NPR today.
This is my voice. I can tell you a lot about me, and I'm not changing it for anyone. In NPR's Black Stories, Black Truths, you'll find a collection of NPR episodes centered on Black experiences. Search NPR Black Stories, Black Truths wherever you get your podcasts.
And we're back. And Elena, I want to move to a story you reported on this week, which is about David Hogg, who's this activist from Parkland, Florida, school shooting survivor who has been working over the last few years fighting for gun control legislation, but he started this new group to more broadly affect getting younger candidates into office. Tell me about what this group is.
Yeah, so this week David Hogg announced a new group that he's going to be the president of, and it's called Leaders We Deserve. It's a hybrid political action committee, and it's going to focus on financially backing and supporting young candidates running for federal and state office. So basically, they're going to supply both the funds, but also kind of some on-the-ground guidance to these younger candidates. For federal office, they're going to support people under 35, and for state office, they're going to support people under 30. So it's a pretty young group.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Delta Airlines. Statistically, the world is losing color. All white kitchens, beige nurseries, gray cars. But in the destinations Delta flies to, there's still a vibrant world out there. And sometimes opening your world is all it takes to open your mind.
A warning before we get started. This episode contains homophobic language and a description of suicide.
On a hot day in April 1958, a young economist working in the Department of Commerce named Madeline Tress was brought into a room with no air conditioning for an interview.
It was not done for Commerce.
It wasn't done by Department of Commerce people. That's Madeline Tress's voice in an oral history interview made decades after the incident.
She had incredible credentials. She went to NYU. She'd spent some time at the London School of Economics.
She worked really hard to get this job.
This episode is supported by Fidelity. Placing a trade shouldn't be complicated. It should be smooth as butter. The Fidelity app makes investing easy with zero commission U.S. stock and ETF trades, no account minimums, and fractional shares trading. Fidelity, where nothing comes between you and the trade. That's smooth. Learn more at fidelity.com/trading. Sell orders are subject to an activity assessment fee from 1 cent to 3 cents per $1,000 of principal. No account minimums apply to retail brokerage accounts only. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
From the New York Times, I'm Sabrina Tavernisi, and this is The Daily. This summer, an unrelenting heat wave has taken a devastating toll and has put this year on track to be the hottest ever recorded. Today, my colleagues Coral Davenport and Dana Smith on what it means to live in this new normal, where extreme heat now threatens our way of life and even our very lives. It's Thursday, August 10th. Coral, welcome back to the show.
I am so happy to be back with you guys.
So Coral, you cover climate change and climate policy for the Times. And of course, this summer there's been this intense heat wave going on for weeks and weeks. Soaring ER visits, even some deaths. You set out to understand something kind of different about the extreme heat, its economic cost. Tell me about that.
So yeah, I'm kind of obsessed with being able to put price tags on the cost of climate change to the economy, to people's pocketbooks. What is the effect of heat on how much work gets done in the United States, on worker productivity, on how much work is lost, on how much pay is lost? You know, I sort of feel like I'm a climate economic detective.
And Coral, why were you obsessed by this question?
Well, you know, I think that a lot of people, when they hear about climate change, it's just this giant existential threat. And it's sort of hard to wrap your head around, and it's sort of hard to wrap your head around what to do about it. But when it's explained in terms of something that absolutely everyone understands, which is dollars and cents, and a specific cost. If you are an employer and you understand that extreme heat caused by climate change is actually costing you worker hours or increasing the amount of workers' comp that you have to pay, or if you are a worker and you understand that it's lowering your payroll, or that you just can't do your job as well. In so many ways, I think this makes it very tangible and specific. Anything you can put a price tag on, I think Americans understand more clearly.
Okay, so you went out to do this economic detective work with the effects of climate change. What did you find?
So, first, Sabrina, I'm going to tell you what I thought I would find.
Okay.
Which is something that I think a lot of, readers of the New York Times and listeners to the Daily would expect, which is like, of course, when it's hot, people work less. But the workers who are affected are outdoor workers. I mean, that's obvious, right?
Right. Mailmen, construction workers.
Farm workers.
Right, yes.
And, medical researchers have known for years that when people or workers are exposed to heat, they make more mistakes, they think less clearly, they work more slowly, they have more injuries. So I really thought this was going to be a story focused on outdoor workers. And that was my original pitch, showing like construction workers are working less and they're having more job injuries. And what I found is that there's a lot of new economic data showing that heat does hurt outdoor workers. It's lowering outdoor worker productivity. But the bigger effect on the economy in the United States is actually on indoor workers. It is affecting so much more of the indoor economy than we really understood.
And Coral, why is that? It's kind of surprising, right? You really do think of farm workers and construction workers. In my mind, people inside really wouldn't be affected as much. So why is the bigger impact with indoor workers?
Right. So a couple of reasons. One simple one is that in the United States, there are far, far, far more indoor workers. So even if not as many of them are being as affected by heat, the U.S. is not fundamentally an agricultural economy.
Right.
We are much more an indoor, we are an industrial economy.
So that makes sense.
But then number two is there's so many more indoor workers are exposed to extreme heat, particularly now as we are having more extreme heat than I understood. one big example that was very surprising to me, many factories in the United States are not air conditioned.
Interesting.
And there's a couple of reasons for that. A lot of factories were built 30, 40 years ago at a time when the climate was different, you know, in areas like Ohio or Michigan or, you know, parts of the country where you wouldn't necessarily need air conditioning in a factory. And, you know, maybe workers would have to gut it out for like a week each summer when, you know, you'd have a week of hot temperatures, but it wouldn't be typical to have days and days or weeks and weeks or, you know, many days with temperatures over 85 or 90 degrees. Now that that is happening inside of those factories, workers are consistently experiencing days where they're regularly working in conditions over 90 and 100 degrees. And I'm talking about Michigan, Ohio, Oklahoma, Kansas, you know, parts of the country where workers are going to work, they're working indoors, and they're really hot.
Wow. Interesting. Cole, I want to talk about the workplaces and what the actual effect has been on workers, but before we get to that, can you tell me what the total effect is to the economy, like in actual dollars? Like, what are we looking at here?
Sure. So there's studies on this. One study shows that right now in the United States, as a direct result of heat, the U.S. is losing about 2.5 billion hours of work per year.
Wow.
That translates, a study found, into about $100 billion of economic loss per year, and projects that that would go up to about $500 billion a year by the middle of the century. So there's, you know, a pretty clear price tag. And I should say that the economists who work on these numbers, it's new to be putting these price tags, and they say, if anything, these are probably underestimates of what this price tag of loss is.
So $100 billion going up to $500 billion in loss, that's pretty dramatic. I mean, that is a chunk of change, even in context of federal budgets and, you know, big ticket items like that. So let's dig into this. What's causing this economic hit associated with extreme heat? Like, what's that number made up of?
Sure. To just be sort of really like dollars and cents, employer, corporate about it, those dollar losses are about specifically the loss of worker productivity. That means that humans don't function well in heat. When they are hot, they work more slowly, they make more mistakes, they need to take more breaks. And something that is new now is that researchers have been able to quantify how much less they work when they're exposed to certain amounts of heat. So there's a new study that shows when workers are working in 90-degree heat, their productivity drops 25%.
25%.
And when they're exposed to heat of over 100 degrees, their productivity drops 70%.
Whoa. So you're only really working at like 30% capacity when it's 100 degrees?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, it's kind of amazing that they're actually able to put a price tag on it. What are some examples of what we mean when we talk about productivity going down, like from the lives of workers?
Sure. So I talked to a lot of workers for this story, people who work in different kinds of indoor and outdoor environments. And it's pretty simple. You know, the workers who are getting hot, they're getting exhausted or sick, so they need more breaks, they need more time off. In some cases, when the heat is too much, the work just doesn't get done at all, it gets postponed. When they get dizzy or can't think clearly, there are more accidents, there are more mistakes. And so there's less work getting done, less hours being completed, more breaks, more time off, and more mistakes. And I talked to factory managers, I talked to people who work in warehouses who say, in some cases, we just need to let people leave work early. Or, you know, we can tell if people have heat exhaustion that they should not come back to work for a day or two. All of that is what responsible employers should be doing. It also means that less work gets done.
Right, like we're not meant to work in that kind of heat, right?
Exactly. And the thing is too, I mean, the effects go beyond productivity, go beyond lost working hours. I talked to workers in a meat packing plant in Kansas who talked about how this is a part of the country that's experiencing so much more heat than usual. The workers inside this plant are getting exposed to so much more heat, and they describe goggles fogging up, not being able to see clearly, and when that consistently happens, a lot of these workers said, there's a huge risk for food contamination, for meat contamination. When we're so hot and we can't even see to do our jobs, one of the workers specifically described we're working with carcasses and manure, flecks of manure could get in the meat if you can't see what you're doing and you're so hot you can't think straight. Something else I heard from a lot of factories, a lot of plants, is much higher turnover, much higher percentages of people leaving, and fewer people wanting to take the jobs where they would be exposed to heat.
Interesting. So given the cost in terms of productivity, which I assume, companies understand and are kind of trying to think about, not to mention, of course, basic human decency, having AC when it's 100 degrees, why have employers been allowing their facilities to get so hot?
So again, one of the sort of big eye-opening moments for me in reporting the story was specifically discovering how many factories and sort of indoor industrial facilities in the United States are not air conditioned. Again, in part because many of them are decades old, built in places and at times where we did not consistently experience so much extreme heat. So it wasn't necessary. And then now it is wildly expensive to install cooling units in gigantic industrial facilities. I'm talking hundreds of millions of dollars.
Wow.
And so for this story, we did talk to a school bus manufacturing plant in Tulsa. And this is a place that makes most of the yellow school buses we see in the U.S., where the workers were consistently working at over 90 degrees. And they decided to go ahead and install a $100 million cooling system. But that's a really hard check to write, I think, for a lot of companies, especially if you're not sort of a gigantic national company.
Right, like if you're a tiny mom and pop business, the expense might just be too much to bear.
Exactly. And so I think this is genuinely a set of costs that employers have to are looking at across the country. They're saying, on one side, we're losing worker productivity, we're losing worker hours, I'm paying more workers' comp, we're having to close on super hot days. All of that is like a really clear loss on one side of the ledger. On the other side is, well, do I invest $100 million on indoor cooling, or do I just take the hit in productivity?
But can employers just do that? Like ignore what heat is doing to their workers? Like aren't there rules about that?
In most of the country, there are no rules about that. Again, speaking to the point that this is really a new experience for workers, for employers, for the economy, this level of exposure to heat. So right now, OSHA, which is the federal agency that regulates workplace safety and has many, many rules in place for time limits on work and for safety and for exposure to all kinds of hazardous conditions. OSHA right now, there's no federal regulation that protects workers from exposure to heat or compels employers to protect their workers from heat exposure. There are 7 states currently that have some kind of state level regulation, but nothing in place at the national level.
Right. Are authorities trying to make some? I mean, given our new heat reality?
Yes, so the Biden administration has directed OSHA to begin the process of crafting new federal regulations on heat and worker exposure. This is very new, this process. It could take as long as 10 years. This is another thing I was surprised to learn when I did this reporting, is just how long it can actually take to write national workplace safety regulations. The expectation is, what OSHA is working on is expected to set some kind of heat standards. Workers who are working over a certain temperature or exposed to certain temperatures for a certain amount of time must be given breaks, must be given water. Indoor workplaces where workers are exposed to heat may need to install air conditioning. That's sort of the expected standard that we're likely to see from this, but that could be years away. And in the meantime, there are a lot of business groups that are coming out and saying, hey, we don't want to see this could be too expensive, we can figure this out ourselves, this is burdensome government regulation.
Right. But, I mean, given our new heat reality, presumably something has to change.
Well, I mean, it's changing already, right?
workers are already suffering, already taking the economic hit. Someone who I interviewed in reporting this story was a former senior official at OSHA who said, this is going to cost a lot no matter what. Either employers are going to have to incorporate these new costs, installing cooling, giving a lot more breaks, all the other costs that they will have to pay to protect their workers in the new world of heat, and it's going to cost them a lot. And if they don't pay it, then we're going to see workers die.
Coral, thank you.
It was great to be with you, Sabrina.
After the break, what extreme heat actually does to the body. We'll be right back.
This podcast is supported by Golda, presented by Bleecker Street, only in theaters August 25th. Academy Award winner Helen Mirren stars as the Iron Lady of Israel, Golda Meir, in a ticking clock thriller set during the tense 19 days of the Yom Kippur War. Faced with Israel's complete destruction, Golda must navigate overwhelming odds and a skeptical cabinet to save millions of lives. Critics are praising Helen Mirren, who Variety says brings Golda to vibrant life. Also starring Liev Schreiber as Henry Kissinger, Golda is only in theaters August 25th.
My name's Dan Powell.
I'm Marian Lozano.
We are composers at the New York Times.
And we write a lot of music for The Daily.
Currently working on a piece called Geometry. It's a musical moment of reflection to help the listener digest a story.
This piece is for a space episode. I want to put the listener right into the deep darkness of space.
For this cue, the producers wanted us to write something that would evoke the late 70s.
I started with a bass line, and then I added some drums to it.
He said, can you add 20 or 30% more funk to this?
Yeah. We write music to highlight a moment, to draw you into the story without telling you how to feel.
Yeah, it's always the puzzle to solve.
So if you love The Daily and you want us to keep making reflective, cosmic, sometimes groovy, but always subtle music for the show, support us by subscribing to the New York Times.
There is no end in sight to a dangerous heat wave. Around 100 million Americans under excessive heat alerts this morning.
In El Paso, Texas, temperatures have hit 100 for 43 straight days, while Phoenix, Arizona has seen a scorching 110 degrees for nearly 30 days in a row.
Heat may have led to the death of a local man in Death Valley. The 71-year-old from Los Angeles collapsed outside a restroom yesterday when the temperature was 121 degrees.
And we've learned a letter carrier died Tuesday while walking his route in Dallas.
Texas inmates are dying in sweltering prisons. At least 9 inmates have died since the relentless heat wave has gripped Texas.
As of July 11th, 12 people have died due to heat, with 55 additional.
New numbers released by Maricopa County reveal so far this year, 25 people have died from our relentless heat.
Now tracking 39 heat-related deaths this summer, with more than 300 cases still waiting on confirmation. The medical examiner is telling Arizona's family we are on track to have a record summer for deadly heat.
Dana, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me.
So Dana, we just heard from our colleague Coral Davenport about the economic effects of heat. And of course that has everything to do with how heat affects people and their bodies. And I think everybody has a kind of basic understanding that heat can be bad, but I don't think people really understand how, the science of it. What actually happens to our bodies in extreme heat. So tell me about that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think of heat as an annoyance. I grew up in North Carolina, where it is famously hot and humid in the summers, and it's kind of a pain, but you don't think that it's deadly. But I think what is a real surprise for people is that heat is actually the #1 cause of death when it comes to extreme weather events. So it really is a very serious thing that we have to account for, especially now with a warming planet.
The #1 cause of weather-related death, more than hurricanes or floods?
Yes, that's right. It is the #1 cause of death due to weather-related events is heat.
Well, that's kind of amazing. So let's unpack it. What actually happens to people's bodies when they're exposed to extreme heat?
So the body has two main ways to cool itself down. I think the first one we're all familiar with, which is sweat. So our sweat glands on our skin start to produce.
There's a 7-minute slowdown caused by construction in 5 miles. You are still on the best route.
Sweat, and the goal is that that sweat evaporates off the body, and when it does, it cools the area underneath.
Okay, that's, you're right, pretty known. So what's the other one?
So the really cool part is the second aspect of the body's cooling mechanism, which is that it starts to increase blood flow. So when it does that, the body is pushing more blood that normally circulates around your internal organs, and now it's redirecting that blood out to the surface of the skin. And that helps partly because the body can actually dissipate heat out through the skin, so it just releases heat into the atmosphere. But the really crazy part is that when the sweat evaporates off your skin and cools the area underneath, it's actually also cooling that blood that is now closer to the surface. And that cooler blood can recirculate back to your internal organs and cool them down.
Got it. Okay, so organs get hot, blood takes the heat away from those organs to the surface of your skin. It has contact with the air, which is cooler, and cools you down.
Exactly. So there's a really cool kind of two-step process with that sweat evaporation, then cooling the blood underneath the skin, and then hopefully cooling
There's a speed trap ahead
on the internal organs as it recirculates back through the body.
Got it. Okay, so enter extreme heat. So what happens when it gets hotter outside?
So these two processes work really well in most conditions, but they do start to fail when it gets too hot or too humid. So you have to think of your body and the environment kind of on a gradient in terms of temperature and moisture. So when your skin temperature, which is normally about 95 degrees Fahrenheit, is hotter than the air outside, your skin can actually release heat out into the environment. But when the air temperature is hotter than your skin starts to gain heat from the environment, and you can no longer cool down that way through the increased blood flow.
Okay.
The same happens with humidity. If it's too humid outside, if there's too much moisture in the air, the water on your skin, the sweat on your skin can't evaporate, and so it just sits there or pulls off. So again, that cooling mechanism is lost.
Got it. So it's all about this gradient, basically. All of these processes in your body are interacting with the atmosphere around your body, what's going on in the air, and if it's too humid, you can't sweat. If it's too hot, your body's going to take in heat as opposed to give it off. So that's a problem for the body.
Exactly.
So what exactly happens, like, inside your body when it gets too hot and humid?
Right. So because of that increased circulation, the heart is really the most important organ when it comes to cooling down your body. So the heart is having to pump harder and faster. So your heart rate increases because it's trying to push blood further out, so out to the very surface of your skin. So it's working a lot harder.
Right.
But at the same time, blood pressure can start to drop because there's not really an increased amount of blood volume. You're just pushing the same amount of blood to a wider surface area. So the heart is working harder, but your blood pressure is dropping.
Because that blood is trying to get all over the body instead of just in one area around the organs. Therefore, the pressure is weaker and weaker the further out it gets.
That's exactly right, yes. And a drop in blood pressure is actually one of the most common causes of injury because someone might stand up if they've been sitting and they don't have enough blood going up to their head, and then they can feel dizzy or faint. So these are often really early signs that someone is really struggling from the heat, is low blood pressure, dizziness, and potentially even fainting.
Okay, so your body's working extra hard to increase your circulation, and this is taxing your heart.
Exactly. And in older people or people who have a pre-existing condition, especially one related to the heart, this can actually turn fatal. This is how heat can kill them in the end, is by really taxing their heart. But in young, healthy people, this isn't as much of a problem. The heart is pretty resilient, the body is pretty resilient, and eventually the increase in core temperature will plateau.
But if the temperatures are really extreme, 100 degrees and more, if someone is working out or working in the heat, then problems can start to arise. You can still continue to heat up. So heat exhaustion or heat stress is one of the first really serious problems that can arise. And scientists think that that's generally when the internal temperature of the body reaches about 100 to 103 degrees.
Come on, people, merge.
And what exactly is heat exhaustion, Dana? I hear it a lot and feel like myself, I have experienced it, but what's going on scientifically in the body?
Yeah, so it's a real general sense of fatigue. Also, your muscles might start not to function very well. And scientists think that this is actually a protective signal from the brain. So your brain is actually telling your body to stop working, to sit down, to get somewhere shaded and cool so it can try to cool itself off.
Interesting. So it makes you tired so that you do that.
Exactly. That is a really protective mechanism to try to prevent the next stage in the process, which is heat stroke, which can be deadly.
Okay, so tell me about heat stroke. What is that?
So normally the body is really good at trying to prevent your body from heating up too fast. But if those mechanisms start to fail, so say that you're in really extreme conditions, maybe you're a worker and you have on heavy work equipment so that your sweat can't evaporate out into the environment, or if you're working hard or exercising and you're generating internal heat as well as gaining it from the outside, then your internal temperature can continue to rise even past the point of heat exhaustion, and that's when things get really dangerous.
And what happens then?
So scientists think about 104 degrees is generally the cutoff for heat stroke, and at that point you can start to have multi-organ failure.
Wow.
Okay, multi-organ failure. So which organs are we talking about?
So the organs that are most immediately and dangerously affected are the heart, which we've talked about a little bit, and then also the kidneys, the gut, and the brain.
Okay, so heart, kidneys, gut, brain. So start with the heart.
So I talked about this a little bit, but the heart is pumping harder and harder and harder. So your heart rate is increasing, your blood pressure is dropping, and what happens when your blood pressure drops is that blood can't circulate to everywhere that it needs to go. And so your organs slowly start to become deprived of oxygen, and that includes your heart. So it can even look like a heart attack where your heart was actually starved of oxygen because it just wasn't able to pump enough blood to the organs, including to itself.
Okay, so that's the heart. What about the kidneys?
The kidneys is really interesting because the brain actually sends a signal to the body that it should stop sending as much blood to the kidneys as it starts to get dehydrated. So a quick refresher, your kidneys are what are cleaning your blood, and then the waste gets excreted as urine. But that means that you're going to be losing a little bit of liquid. So if you're dehydrated, your body wants to preserve as much liquid as it possibly can, and so blood stops being pushed as much to the kidneys so that you don't lose any as urine. But as a result, your kidneys are then also starved of oxygen, and those cells can start to suffer and die.
Interesting. Got it. So body is just trying to preserve liquid any way it can, but the effect of that is that oxygen stops flowing to the kidneys.
Exactly. And your kidneys can survive for a little bit of time with reduced blood flow and reduced oxygen, but if that gets prolonged, you can start to have kidney failure.
Okay, and you said also, Dana, the gut. So how's my gut affected?
The gut is another area that blood is diverted from pretty quickly, and as a result also has less oxygen going there. And when that happens, the gut can start to fail and break down a little bit, and you can start to have what we know as leaky gut. So the bacteria that's in your gut can actually start to travel out into the bloodstream, causing inflammation, and in really extreme and long-term situations, sepsis.
Sepsis from heat. That's kind of crazy.
Exactly. One of the emergency room physicians I spoke with said that sepsis is not a common cause of death when it comes to heat, normally because your other organs fail faster, frankly, but it is something that can occur.
Okay, so your heart is working overtime, kidneys aren't getting enough oxygen, gut is leaking, so full-on multi-organ failure, as you're saying.
Yes, and not only the heart, the kidneys, and the gut, but also your brain.
Almost there. Come on.
And when the brain is affected, things are getting really bad. So heat stroke, by definition, means that the brain is being affected. You know, you think stroke, you think brain. And so the reduced blood flow, the lack of oxygen, the increased temperature are affecting your brain just like every other organ. So what is really kind of perverse about heat stroke is that the body's internal thermometer is located in a part of the brain called the hypothalamus. And if that starts to dysfunction or malfunction, then your body can actually stop cooling itself down. So oftentimes when people have really extreme heat stroke, they stop sweating. Their skin might feel cool and clammy. You know, they are no longer trying to cool their body down, even though their internal temperature is continuing to rise.
So basically, kind of like the instinct to sweat and to have the body deal with this natural emergency state has gone. The brain is off kilter.
Exactly. It started to fail. So people also start to have dizziness, confusion, delirium. You're just no longer responding to your external environment, and that can really be deadly.
So what's the fastest way to cool somebody off and save somebody if they get into this dangerous situation?
It's an ice bath. It sounds really simple, but it actually is the fastest way to cool down your internal temperature and try to prevent organ failure. So this is even what they use in emergency rooms, is kind of a glorified ice bath. And you can also do this in your home.
But is that not too drastic a temperature contrast?
I asked an exercise physiologist about this because I thought the same, but he said that there's been a fair amount of research on this, and there's a greater risk of heat than there is of a kind of temperature change shock to your body. So really the most important thing you can do is to cool someone down as fast as possible, and an ice bath is the way.
Okay, so ice bath. Got it. I will remember that. Now, Dana, you mentioned earlier that people with heart conditions can be particularly susceptible to the dangers of extreme heat, which you just laid out in pretty frightening terms. I'm wondering, are there other people or groups who are really vulnerable?
I think this is really fascinating. An earlier article I wrote during the summer heat waves looked at how elderly people are really uniquely vulnerable to heat. And that's because both of our two cooling mechanisms, the sweating and the increased blood flow, are hampered in a lot of older adults. So older adults just don't sweat very much. You know, their sweat glands produce less sweat than they used to. And so that really important way to cool yourself down is just really not as available to you. And then a lot of older adults, partly just because of age and partly because of pre-existing conditions, have decreased blood flow. So again, the heart is just not as able to push as much blood to the surface of the skin as happens in younger adults. Now, the good news is that older adults who are physically fit, they do still maintain these cooling mechanisms better than unfit older adults. So exercise is almost always the most important thing you can do for yourself health-wise, and it's the same when it comes to extreme heat.
Dana, I think one of the things we're actually realizing is that this extreme heat is here to stay, right? This is our new climate reality, and we'll have plenty more summers like this. So in many ways, this is our new normal. So I guess I'm wondering, is there any way to adapt to this?
There is some research that the human body can adapt to heat, and that is mostly in extreme athletes. So athletes who are doing, long endurance training in high temperatures. And what scientists see is that they actually start these cooling mechanisms faster. So they start to sweat at lower temperatures, they have increased blood flow at lower temperatures. They also are more cardiovascularly fit, so their heart is just able to withstand the stress of that increased blood flow and heart rate for longer.
Interesting. I was a reporter in Baghdad in Iraq for a number of years, and it was a time when I was doing a lot of running, and we had this strip we would run on, and it was 120 degrees at 8 p.m. And I remember doing that run and just feeling like, my body was so taxed, but I got good at it. And then coming back to New York and running in Central Park and thinking, oh my God, this is easy. It was so much easier to run in a normal temperature than to run at 120, but I did get used to the 120.
Exactly. So the body is remarkable and it actually can adapt to these extreme temperatures, but that is not realistic, frankly, for most people, especially, again, older adults and people with pre-existing conditions who are the most at risk for heat. So while it is possible, it's really not the best strategy that we should just think that biologically we can adapt to these extreme temperatures. I think we just really have to respect the heat and take it seriously. And I think that we're going to have to continue to adapt our behaviors and our lifestyles going forward as we deal with hotter and hotter temperatures. So that means air conditioning, cooling centers, dehydration, and doing those really practical behavioral ways to cool yourself down in these hot climates. So just being smart about heat is really essential and can be life-saving.
Dana, thank you.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Almost there.
Find everything your imagination craves on Audible. Stay up late with a tense thriller. Listen in on a swoony romance. Or get some new inspiration and motivation from the pros. And so much more. It's all there in just one app. Audiobooks, popular podcasts, and exciting new originals. There's thousands of included titles with more added every week, so you can always find something new. You'll find all the best audio entertainment at Audible, the home of storytelling. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com/thedaily.
Here's what else you should know today. Fast-moving wildfires killed 36 people on the island of Maui in Hawaii in the past 2 days, as gusty winds were amplified by Hurricane Dora, hundreds of miles to the south. Some residents survived by swimming into the ocean, where they were later rescued by the U.S. Coast Guard. The fires burned much of the historic town of Lahaina, Hawaii's royal capital. They had been largely contained by Wednesday night. And President Biden escalated his confrontation with China by signing an executive order that bans American investments in key technology industries. The order will prohibit venture capital and private equity firms from pumping money into Chinese efforts to develop semiconductors and other microelectronics, quantum computers, and certain artificial intelligence applications. American officials stressed that the move was tailored to guard national security, but China is likely to see it as part of a wider campaign to contain its rise. Today's episode was produced by Diana Wynn, Carlos Prieto, and Summer Tamad, with help from Nina Feldman and Sydney Harper. It was edited by Devin Taylor, with help from Paige Cowett. Contains original music by Alicia Baitu, Marian Lozano, and Rowan Nemisto, and was engineered by Alyssa Moxley. Our theme music is by Jim Brunberg and Ben Lansford of Wonderly. That's it for the Daily. I'm Sabrina Tavernisi. See you tomorrow.
Sometimes you're facing a crossroads in life and you don't know which path to take. Maybe you're thinking about a career change or feeling like your relationship needs some TLC. Whatever it is, therapy can help you map out your future and trust yourself to find the way forward. BetterHelp offers convenient professional online therapy on your schedule by phone, chat, or video call. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/thedaily to get 10% off your first month.
LinkedIn presents.
Hey folks, starting next Thursday, we will be bringing you a fresh batch of new episodes, and boy are you in for a treat. In the coming weeks, you'll hear from artificial intelligence pioneer Stuart Russell about where AI is headed and whether we'll be able to control it. Our curator Susan Kane will speak with two authors who've written a groundbreaking book about the power of arts to transform your physical and mental health. And the great Michael Lewis will tell us about his forthcoming book, Going Infinite, an intimate account of the rise and utterly catastrophic fall of FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried. Sure to be one of the most talked about books of the season. But until then, we're bringing you one more from our archives. You're about to hear my conversation with cognitive scientist turned professional poker player turned decision strategist Annie Duke about her recent book, Quit, The Power of Knowing When to Walk Away. In case you missed it, or even if you didn't, we wanted to share it again in the hope that it might inspire you to quit something that's holding you back. Enjoy. It's 11:30 in the morning on May 10th, 1996, and Lou Kosiski is within striking distance of the summit of Mount Everest. When he gets to the top, he will capture the final prize in a goal he's been chasing for years. He'll be able to say that he's climbed the highest...
In half a mile, keep right to stay on I-75 North.
...mountain on every continent. But there's a problem. Right now, Lou isn't moving. He's stuck above 28,000 feet behind a group of climbers.
Keep right to stay on I-75 North.
...who are making excruciatingly slow progress. There's a saying in mountain climbing, speed is safety. Stay still for too long, and you're dead. Literally.
Continue on I-75 North for 27 miles.
Lou is in what's known as the death zone, an altitude where the air is too thin for anyone to stay alive for an extended period. Supplemental oxygen can buy you time, but still, you've got to move fast, a lot faster than Lou is moving right now, and time is running out. When Lou left camp 13 hours ago, his expedition leader, a seasoned mountaineer named Rob Hall, told him that today's turnaround time is 1 p.m. That means no matter where he is on the mountain, when the clock strikes 1, he has to head back down. Now, as he inches his way forward, Lou starts doing the math in his oxygen-deprived brain.
I looked at my watch and I had a sick feeling inside of myself. This is why I was feeling. I was feeling sick at that point because I knew it was impossible to get there by the 1 p.m. turnaround time.
And yet, the summit is so close. If he gives up, he thinks to himself, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. So he takes another step forward.
My heart was beating so hard, I felt like it was going to jump right out of my chest. I'm almost shaking as I was struggling inside of myself with, what am I going to do? Am I going to keep going because I'm so close, or am I going to turn around?
Lou isn't the only climber wrestling with that decision. The same thoughts are running through the head of John Taskey.
And I thought, if I keep going now, I'll be out of oxygen. Get to the summit, but I'll be coming back down to the South Col in the dark and without oxygen and more tired than I am now. The risks are escalating.
But like Lou, John's no quitter. He spent years training for this day. And for what? To give up with less than 700 vertical feet left to climb? But when he sees expedition leader Rob Hall heading toward him, John makes up his mind.
I said to him, Rob, I'm going down. And I could even see behind his oxygen mask he was visibly disappointed, probably for me because he loved to get people to achieve their goal of getting to the top. But he said, it's your call, pal. I'll see you back at the South Col. And that was the last time I saw Rob alive.
Rob ignored his own turnaround time and pushed on to the summit, arriving just after 2 p.m. He then waited a full hour for another climber to arrive. They tried to descend, but ran out of oxygen. The guy Rob was climbing with collapsed. Rob couldn't get him down, but he wouldn't leave him either. They both died. Meanwhile, John and Lou, they abandoned their quest for the summit and lived. I'm Rufus Griscom, and this is The Next Big Idea. Today, how to quit when you're ahead. When we tell stories of adversity, we tend to focus on those who go for broke. The climbers who continued up the mountain, who ignored the turnaround time, who persevered, and then met a tragic fate, they're the heroes of John Krakauer's renowned bestseller, Into Thin Air. And John and Lou, the climbers who followed the rules, who turned around and lived,
they demonstrate so clearly why quitting is a really good thing to do sometimes. But yet, we don't even notice them because it's, it's not interesting to us. It's not really really the stuff movies are made of.
That's behavioral scientist Annie Duke. In her new book, Quit, she asks, why don't we celebrate quitters? Why do we live in a world where making the right decision, the decision to walk away, isn't celebrated as an act of heroism, but dismissed as a sign of failure? The problem, Annie says, isn't purely cultural, it's psychological. We are cognitively biased to want to gut things out, whether it's a bad relationship, a crappy job, or a bid for the summit of Mount Everest. But here's the thing. In the long run, making smart decisions about when to quit is what separates those who succeed from those who don't. Annie hasn't just studied the power of quitting as a scientist, she's seen it up close. For 18 years, she was a professional poker player, and it turns out that the single biggest difference between pros and amateurs is how often they fold. We're going to talk about her poker days in this episode. We'll also discuss what most people get wrong about grit, the problem with equating perseverance and success, and how quitting can make your life, your career, and your relationships better. Annie is brilliant, funny, a great storyteller. I think you'll come away from this conversation, as I did, with a whole new appreciation for the power of quitting.
Hi, I'm Ryan Roslansky, CEO of LinkedIn. Listen to my new podcast, The Path. Discover how today's greatest leaders shape their unique career paths and the lessons they learned along the way. Tune in to new episodes weekly, wherever you enjoy your podcasts.
Annie Duke, thank you for being with us today on the Next Big Idea podcast.
Well, thank you for having me. I hope I can live up to the introduction.
No small challenge. Annie, I was speaking some months ago with a leading literary agent who represents many famous authors who've written these wonderful books about the intersection of science and how we can be better at our lives. And she said to me, when you get to know these authors, you realize that most of them are solving problems. In writing their books, they're solving problems in their own lives. Daniel Pink has put this another way. He says, research is me-search. So you have this wonderful new book out, Quit, The Power of Knowing When to Walk Away. What is your personal relationship with quitting? And do you think you've made good decisions in your life about when to walk away?
Oh gosh, that's such an interesting question. I hadn't really pondered that.
We're in Michigan.
Welcome to Michigan.
Told me, oh, you wrote the book because you've actually quit a lot of things in your life and you were trying to make yourself feel better about it, I would be like, well, maybe that's true. I've quit a lot of stuff in my life. I've bounced around from one thing to the other a lot. And, one of the things I talk about in the book is that we have this we just have a very negative view of quitting. We're like, quitters never win, winners never quit. So now you've got me thinking, I'm susceptible to that negative view of quitting also because I'm a human being. And I have spent a lot of my life in some sort of self-flagellation or something, or berating myself. Thinking I'm so capricious, I'm unfocused. I really like shiny objects and I gravitate toward them. I do have this narrative that goes, sort of where I'm thinking myself about all the quitting I've done in my life is a bad thing. So now I'm questioning myself. I'm having an existential crisis over here. And maybe that's actually why I wrote the book, was to sort of explore quitting in order to think about that narrative that I say to myself. If you want, I'm happy to tell you the reason why I thought I wrote the book.
Interesting. Yeah. So before this moment, why did you think you wrote the book?
Well, before this moment, why I thought I wrote the book was that, as a poker player, you really learn that quitting's incredibly important. You think about it a lot, right? When do you fold? And how do I become better at folding than other people? I know that sounds sort of counterintuitive, but that's actually the thing that distinguishes great poker players from amateurs more than anything else, is their ability to fold in situations where other people can't. So that was always something that I was kind of thinking about, is this idea of cutting your losses. It's just a really important concept in poker. And the narrative around grit, I think, is so powerful. in a way that, by the way, Angela Duckworth wouldn't endorse. You know, because if you read Angela Duckworth's book, Grit, which is so obviously popular and a great book, I recommend people read it. What she's saying is you shouldn't quit things just because they're hard, because there's lots of hard things that are worthwhile. What you need to do is actually explore a bunch of stuff to find the thing that you're passionate about and then have the ability to stick with that even when it's hard. Notice that there's a lot of nuance in what I just said, because she's not telling you just stick to things. You know, stick to it and you're going to succeed. She's not telling you to stick to things that aren't worthwhile. She's saying you have to be able to withstand the hard times, you know, in order to eventually be successful at things that aren't worthwhile. But I don't think that that's the way that people see it, you know, sort of in the popular mind, right? When they see that, what they think is grit is good. If I'm gritty, I'm going to succeed. And if I'm a quitter, it's bad, because grit is a virtue. It's a thing that adds character. It builds character even. And that it's a signal of success. It's a signal that I'm tough. It's a signal that I'm reliable, all of these things. So I was honestly a little frustrated with what I think the reading of grit, like the way that that's been distorted, because, you know, as a poker player, I know that you shouldn't stick to things, because the thing about grit that people need to realize is two things. One is grit does get you to stick to hard things that are worthwhile, but it also gets you to stick to hard things that aren't worthwhile. And that's a big problem, because you shouldn't spend your time on things that aren't worthwhile. It sacrifices your ability to spend time on things that are. So that's the first thing for people to understand. And then the second thing that people really need to understand is that the decision about whether to persevere or grit it out, and the decision about whether to quit, are the exact same decision. Right? If I choose to persevere, I'm choosing not to quit. If I choose to quit, I'm choosing not to persevere. And so it's not so much like one is good as one is bad. It's when should you stick to things and when should you quit them? And I just felt like that was a message that needed to get out there. I felt like people needed to hear the other side of the conversation, because I think that when you hear both sides of the conversation, it just makes the conversation better. Now, but now I'm thinking it was just an existential crisis. So I just don't know why I wanted to write it. But I'm pretty sure it's just an existential crisis now.
Well, you know, it could be both. I mean, you know, as an early reader of your book, I'm completely convinced by the argument that we as a culture have a sort of distorted lens where we just, you know, we revere perseverance to a degree that's bananas. I mean, to a degree that when people persevere to the point that they kill themselves, that they die in the process of persevering, we think of them as heroes. And when people
we're like,
that was intelligent, right? It really is a blind spot. You've convinced at least one reader that we have a collective blind spot. But I also think your own story is interesting, because to some degree, I mean, you've had this, you know, wildly successful career as a top poker player, winning millions of dollars, and now as a top writer. You started off as an academic on a path to great success in academia, and it was somewhat random chance that knocked you off that path and knocked you into a career as a professional poker player, right? So you kind of somewhat accidentally stumbled into this realization that wow, the quitting of your academic path, which was somewhat involuntary, ended up having a wonderful upside for you.
So, you know, a lot of times that we quit, we do it voluntarily, right? But there's lots of times when we're forced to quit. We might get fired from our job, or we're in a relationship and our partner chooses to end it, even though we would want to continue. You know, you get an injury, and you know, you had an amazing career in the NFL, and then you have a career-ending injury, and you're forced to quit. And for me, I had a similar situation where I was forced to quit, or at least take a leave, where I'd done 5 years of work at the University of Pennsylvania, and I was getting my PhD in cognitive science. And in 5 years, you know, I was at the end of the road there. Like, I had already done the work for my dissertation, and I was going out on job talks, actually, because I fully intended to become an academic. But I was struggling with an illness at the time, a stomach illness that had been chronic. It had been bad for many months. But I was trying to sort of power through the whole thing to get through my job talks, because, you know, I was trying to get a tenure track position. And the illness became acute, and I actually ended up in the hospital for 2 weeks. So it happened to be right during the time that I was supposed to go out for my job talks. So I needed job, which I was then going to have to like quit when I went back to academics. So I just sort of felt like I had constraints, and you know, in talking to my brother, he's the one who actually suggested that I play poker because it kind of fit all of my needs, right? Like I could play when I wanted to, I didn't have a boss, and I could leave at any time with no harm to anybody else, and just go back to academics. And that's how I actually ended up playing poker. Was it was something I was going to do in the meantime while I was recovering. And obviously the meantime turned into a long time, actually about 18 years. But, you know, I point out that I think that the thing that I learned from that was that quitting's okay. And it shouldn't take you being forced into the choice to do it for you to consider doing it more. Because the thing that we don't really realize is that when we're doing things, we're not exploring all the other opportunities that are available to us. You know, that moment where I had to quit actually caused me to explore poker as an option. And it turned out that for a long time that was the main thing that I did. And I think that I actually learned that lesson pretty well and kept going. And interestingly enough, I'm going to go back to my existential crisis. Like, because we're just going to make this a therapy session. I spent a good part of my life really beating myself up for that. Right? Like, that I didn't stick with academics, you know, that I had let down my advisors, right? Like, so these are all the things that we tell ourselves under these circumstances, that my advisors put so much time and effort into me, and now I was letting them down. And I felt like I was a failure, that I had left out with academics. But first of all, when, you know, number one, when I reconnected with my advisor, it turned out she was just really happy for me. And she sort of articulated that, like, you didn't waste anything, like, we just wanted you to go and be happy. And I think that was an important thing that I learned. And then the second thing was that I'm back in academics now. I'm at the University of Pennsylvania. I teach exec ed at Wharton. I work with Phil Tetlab and Mark Mellers in their lab. I work with Barry Schweitzer in his lab, and I'm doing research. And, you know, that's the thing that we also forget, is that the things that you quit, you can also come, you know, you can also come back to. And the way that we think that other people are viewing our quitting is usually not at all what's true. So, you know, I think that that's also been helpful for my ability to sort of like move around a little bit. But I think there's just really important lessons in there. Like, don't wait to be forced to quit in order to learn all these lessons. Like, think about them before you have to.
And I think that may be even more true today than it was decades ago. That we can have, like, when I'm talking to my kids, I have one that's kind of like, the question isn't what career will you have, it's what careers plural will you have, and in what sequence do you want to have them, right? I mean, when we live in a time where we can do a lot of different things, and actually that
trying to achieve, and it's like I put so much time into it already. Or, you know, they're staying in a job that's clearly making them unhappy, and you say, why? Well, you know, then I'll have wasted all of my time here. You know, what about all my training for this job? And it's like, but you're miserable. If you knew this was the situation we're going to be in, you wouldn't take the job today. So, you know, that's the sunk cost fallacy. So we really understand the sunk cost fallacy from like a scientific standpoint. But when you're sitting at a poker table, you get a different view on it. Because you literally hear a player say, I had too much in the pot to fold. And it's like, buddy, that money's already in the pot. You have to protect the money that's in your stack.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the next chip you put in better be money good. But we all fall for this thing, the sunk cost fallacy. So this is just sort of the situation that we're in. And when you're at a poker table, you just see it so clearly. Because they basically say the biases out loud every single session that you play. So I think it just like gave me a different view on it, right? Where I could feel it so deeply because I saw it every day so deeply in these high stakes situations with people who knew better.
And as you point out in the book, professional poker players fold 75 to 85% of the time. Amateurs fold less than half the time. Right. So there's a really clear distinction, and you see this difference in how we think about failure and quitting at the highest levels of entrepreneurship. You know, venture capital investors, and I love your comment. We had a great conversation with Maria Konnikova, who had already convinced us that life is not chess; it's poker. Right. That we live in this world with incomplete information. We have to make bets with incomplete information. We're sort of at the mercy of powers that are out of our control. But over time, all the good luck and bad luck balances out.
Right.
If we're disciplined about our decision making.
That's exactly right. And you know, the problem is that, you know, I mean, I use this phrase throughout the book saying our decisions are the worst when we're in it. And what does that mean? This is something from Dan.
In 2 miles, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 20 for I-275 north toward Flint.
Neil Kahneman, this is the way that he talks about it. Which is when you're facing down the decision, that's when you're going to be your most irrational, because all of what you just talked about, that short-termism, is going to be at its height, right? It's going to be at its worst, right? I don't want to feel bad now. I don't want to have wasted my money now. I don't want to feel like I've failed now. One of the things that I say in the book that, you know, where I say, like, one of the things that causes it to be really hard to quit is that's the moment where you go from failing to having failed. So notice when you're failing, there's still a chance you could succeed. But once you quit, that's done, right? You have to take the loss, or as Richard Thaler would say, you have to now close the account in the losses. And that's a thing we don't like to do. And so instead of thinking about how do I reach my long-term goals, how do I make sure in the long run that I'm getting the best results possible, which is clearly going to involve quitting the bad stuff. I'm going to quit the bad stuff and stick to the good stuff. Instead, we get caught up in the moment in this totally short-term thing.
In half a mile, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 20 for I-275 north toward Flint.
Thinking of, I just don't want to go from that moment of failing to having failed.
Let's take a quick break. When we come back, Andy's going to tell us how an entrepreneur named Stuart Butterfield made a decision to quit that shocked his...
Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 20.
colleagues, alarmed his investors, and turned him into a millionaire.
Continue for 16 miles.
The Anxious Achiever is the podcast about your mental health and your work, where leaders from top companies, entrepreneurs, athletes, celebrities, and leading experts share how they've managed through anxiety, depression, and other mental health challenges, and how they've become better leaders in the process. You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll feel seen, and you'll learn great tools and skills. And I guarantee you're gonna look at leadership in a new way. Come find out why we won the Mental Health America 2023 Media Award. Get The Anxious Achiever wherever you find your podcasts.
it's so extraordinary that we make heroes even out of people who take perseverance to a degree that's almost suicidal. But of course, on the other hand, the stories of perseverance that stick in our heads are all these sort of heroic tales of, like, Dr. Seuss's first book was rejected 27 times. It was the 28th time he submitted it that it was accepted. Or like, Sir James Dyson spent 15 years and he created over 5,000 failed vacuum prototypes. Right? It was the 5,127th prototype that became the first bagless vacuum cleaner and turned Dyson into a billionaire, right? And of course, Edison has a lot of the most famous quotes about perseverance. And so we hear these stories, and what we take from it is, I need to be grittier. What do you say to that response?
So let me start just at the basic level. What you just told me a story that told me that Dyson quit a lot.
True.
Because he didn't stick with. He made a prototype and he didn't stick with it. He tried a different way to do it, right? So like we need to understand, like, a lot of, you have to think about quitting in different ways, and some of it is like, a lot of the great success stories in startups are huge. Like, they've started off as one thing or developing one kind of product, and they totally rejected it and went and developed another one, and that's what ended up working. So let's not get on the overall level of just like stick to everything and you'll succeed. Like, you have to stick to the right things, and you think about what are the different ways to execute on the goal. Maybe the goal is to make a great vacuum cleaner because you hate your vacuum cleaner, but there's different ways that you can attack that problem. You want to stick with your company and you have a particular product, that doesn't work, so you switch to a different product. Those are all actually examples of quitting. So let's just be really clear that whenever we stop doing something to do something else, it's quitting. But the other thing that I think is so important, just kind of on a more macro level, is just because someone has succeeded at something by persevering, it doesn't mean that if you persevere, you'll succeed. We need to not we need to not go in both directions. So anybody who's ever been successful at something has stuck to it. But that doesn't mean if you stick to something that you'll succeed. So, and I think that that's the thing that we need to remember. There's something called, survivorship bias, and what you're describing to me is survivorship bias. Yes, and the thing is that it's true, like, you may be doing something that has a very small probability of succeeding, and a bunch of people are doing it, and then you find the one person who succeeds. And then you look at that and say, oh, well, then I should, keep going at everything. And the answer to that is no. It's an expected value problem. So what do I mean by that? You have to think about, what is it that I'm trying to achieve? What are my goals? What are my values? Make some estimate of the chances that you'll actually be able to succeed given the cost that you'll have to bear, and then decide whether that's worth it. So I'm sure that's what Dyson was doing. It's like, he was really passionate about it, and he was going to keep going. And I'm guessing that even if he failed, he was fine with that. But he really wanted, he had a passion for making vacuum cleaners, so maybe that made him really happy. And what he was sacrificing by spending the time on that, or the resources on that, and not being able to spend the time and resources on other opportunities, was fine for him. I mean, I assume he wasn't starving, and he wasn't negatively impacting his family and other things that he valued, and I don't know what his value equation was, but it's a question of, is it worthwhile enough for me to keep going?
Well, and success stories retroactively select for stories of persistence, right? I mean, there are undoubtedly many Dyson types, who attempt something 5,000 times, and it doesn't necessarily work. But it's so it strikes me that perseverance is necessary but not sufficient. And figuring out how to be perseverant about the right things, right, is the critical distinction. And just sort of, categorically revering perseverance of all the time is not a smart strategy. I was really moved by this example of Stuart Butterfield. He was building this game called Glitch, a world-building game that he described as Dr. Seuss meets Monty Python meets Borges. A game you couldn't win, right? But the decision, he had all these sort of data points that it was the time to shut down the business, but it was still an incredibly hard decision. He still had, I think, $6 million in cash in the bank, and most people around him did not.
Join the Wall Street Journal online October 12th for WSJ Pro Sustainable Business Forum and take away practical advice on how to build a sustainability strategy that's right for your business. From now until September 21st, you can save 25% on your ticket by registering at WSJ.com/sustainablebusiness. No code required. That's WSJ.com/sustainablebusiness.
Here's your money briefing for Thursday, August 10th. I'm J.R. Whalen for the Wall Street Journal. Not everyone's career path is the same, and some people make decisions along the way that can cost them time and money.
The mistakes really ranged from jumping after a higher dollar salary offer elsewhere at a company without a cultural fit, or trying to become a change maker in a setting that wasn't ready for that, to recognizing that some of those moves came with dead-end career paths.
We'll talk to WSJ's Demetria Gallegos and a vice president of finance whose misstep during her climb up the ladder caused her career to stall. That's after the break.
Running a small business takes grit and determination and a communications provider that's got your back. That's Spectrum Business. Fast, reliable communication solutions that keep your business going. Get 300 megabits per second internet, just $49.99 a month when bundled with Spectrum Business Connect, the all-in-one phone system that lets you work from anywhere on any device and get a free mobile line for a year. Visit spectrum.com/go-faster. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
The Wall Street Journal asked readers and listeners what was their biggest career mistake and what they learned from it. Among those who responded was 36-year-old Georgia resident Wasia Kaman. She's now the vice president of finance at a nonprofit that has been working in the field for about 15 years.
For me, being in accounting and finance, it was over-focusing on certifications. So I am a CPA, a CMA, I went for my MBA, and I thought that having all these credentials were going to magically make my career amazing in all ways, but I came to find out there was more that was needed, and that extra was definitely the soft skills.
Now looking back, what would you tell your younger self if you were just starting out your career now?
Definitely be balanced in what you decide to learn in your professional development. So I went for my CPA. I think right after I should have gone through some type of leadership workshop, right? I went for my CMA. Another step would have been how to be better at data storytelling, negotiation, even sales. So for me, it's really about being balanced, balancing technical skills with those soft skills, those success skills.
Wall Street Journal editor Demetria Gallegos joins us now. So Demetria, in Wasia's case, she focused on gaining certifications and credentials and lost sight of more general, softer skills. What did other people say were the mistakes they made along the way in their career?
The mistakes really ranged from jumping after a higher dollar salary offer elsewhere at a company without a cultural fit, or trying to become a change maker in a setting that wasn't ready for that, to recognizing that some of those moves came with dead-end career paths, or recognizing that if they had stayed where they were today, they would have been in a stronger position than having made that jump. So it's a lot of question of timing and a lot of question of paths not taken, but more often than not, these are the people who were able to really do something that taught them a lesson that has helped them establish their feelings of success later in their careers.
Several people you spoke with said things like they wish they had more patience and empathy, or they didn't tout their skills enough. That's not necessarily germane to a specific field, but what are the more intangible things that created obstacles?
Yes, it seems as though a lot of these inflection points came about as a result of sort of esoteric concerns that were not necessarily on the career map that they had laid out for themselves. In one case, for example, a gentleman had a job offer at IBM, which was his dream company, but it was so far from home and he had never really left that nest that he ended up declining, and then it took him 12 more years to get another resume response from them, at which point then they posed another move, and he was very reluctant in the end to even take that second opportunity, but he's so glad he did. His whole life opened up from there. He met his wife. His career has been supercharged since. It was just that hesitation at the beginning based on the unfamiliarity of the change that's being proposed.
And then someone else you spoke with just had a fear of asking for help.
Right. I spoke to a woman who happens to be a former journalist who says she was suffering from some trauma at the time. It was 2001. She was drinking a lot on the job, and she was dealing with burnout and was so terrified about asking for help that she just quit with no notice and no coverage, no story. So when headhunters came to her with good new job offers in that field, she had no plausible excuse for having ended that previous job so abruptly. She ended up, she said, floating around for quite a while out there, basically in a kind of mental health break space. Ended up in a whole new field and is happy about that since. But she said something so...
In half a mile, take exit 15 for Eureka Road.
More poignant, I thought, which was basically, don't say goodbye on a bad day. Save your goodbyes for the best day, for the good days.
So don't let the mood of the day cause you to make a knee-jerk reaction.
Right, basically don't quit in a crisis. Quit with a cool head after having been able to think things through.
Take exit 15.
To know that you're going to be on stronger footing.
We often talk on the show about salaries and knowing to ask for what you think you're worth. What do people you spoke with tell you about?
In a quarter mile, use any lane to turn right onto Eureka Road.
One of our respondents had an opportunity to leave with a clear career path at a different organization, and instead her current employer doubled her salary to keep her. She accepted that counteroffer and stayed put, and later regretted, recognizing they had no interest in seeing her grow, and she might have been earning
Use any lane to turn right onto Eureka Road.
more and being more fulfilled elsewhere.
Oh, so money isn't everything.
Nope, money is not everything. In fact, nobody here seemed to say that money was the true determining factor in how they were feeling about their career moves.
People often talk about they want job security and they fear bouncing from job to job. But can that mindset hinder someone's career path?
Yes, I spoke to one woman who had chosen to leave an interesting field because there was a previous job still available.
Continue on Eureka Road for half a mile.
Her, and she thought that would be back in her comfort zone, and she thought it would be more 9 to 5. She realized when she returned to that job, she had completely outgrown it, and it was no longer a good fit, and she wasted some years then trying to build up the momentum to step back out again.
So what other takeaways did
In a quarter mile, take the exit toward airport.
you get from talking to these people?
I heard from one man about how important he felt it was in retrospect to be part of a support structure during hard times at a company, rather than just focusing on yourself and your own short-term career.
Take the exit toward airport.
He said he regrets not being more of a source of morale and advice when his company went through a downturn. He said he left rather than sticking around and trying to help them.
Continue for 1.5 miles.
Things back together after some adversity.
It seemed that sympathy and empathy and touting your own skills, that came up quite a bit when you were talking to these folks.
They all recognized some leadership development opportunities as they were going through these harder decisions, even though in most cases these people ended up on their feet. It came at a cost.
So there really is no straight arrow line from point A to where you want to get to in your career. Oftentimes it seems like it's a pretty jagged line.
Right, we heard from people in so many different fields, everything from administrative level to executive level responsibility, and in most cases, they considered the mistakes that they made to have been of their own making, everything from arrogance to fear to essentially feeling jealous about other people's opportunities.
In a quarter mile, keep left to stay on John D. Dingle Drive. Keep left to stay on John D. Dingle Drive. Continue for 2 miles. Keep left.
You guys are at Delta too?